Starting. All right. I think we are live now. Cool. Okay. Just this quick little sound check, but I think that's okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Liking that. All right. Close that out. Hey everybody. This is first stream after stream 0 that I'm doing. Today we're gonna be doing a little 100 hand challenge. We're not gonna hit 100 hands, but we're gonna try, and we'll continue this if we keep going. This is something that I've done on my own in the past a few times. This is a good way to practice the different fundamentals. It's got some good perspective in there. It's got a little bit of form, anatomy, gesture too. So this is a good one to just get some good practice in. And since this is technically the first official stream after the stream 0 that we did, this is going to be more or less a little bit better, or kind of what the format I want it to be. But yeah, so right now I just have Photoshop opened up, and that's kind of what I use mainly for doing, um, yeah, just for doing my 2D art. I'm not the biggest uh 2D artist. I definitely am a lot more comfortable in 3D, but over the past like 2 years now, I've been practicing my 2D drawing, and I've been trying to get better at it, and I think it has improved a lot. Reason I started doing 3D art is because I didn't think I was ever going to be able to do traditional like two-dimensional art. But one of the things that I kind of hit as a blocker in 3D was that I didn't have enough, not enough. I struggled sometimes to get some of the studies in because it just takes a lot longer in 3D. But a lot of the fundamentals are still the same, especially when you're trying to learn just anatomy or trying to learn just kind of getting flow and form in. So that's why I started doing. I decided I needed to learn 2D art so I could also concept things out. Hey, druids. Hey, I'm just kind of giving a little announcement here, but yeah, no, I'm doing just gonna try to draw 100 hands is the goal today. Doing more two-dimensional stuff, just getting some practice in. Um, yeah, and this is something I've done in the past, but this is just a good practice uh on all the fundamentals of art for 2D stuff. There's good perspective, form, anatomy, all that kind of stuff. So since this is the first official stream after the session 0, fixed a few things up. Just gonna figure this is another kind of chill one to start with before we start getting into more complicated stuff. But yes, I'm just gonna go through this, try to draw 100 hands. There's no way in the time that I can actually draw 100 hands. So I'll probably hit. I'm gonna aim for at least 30 during this time because I think if I did 100 hands in the amount of time that I'd probably be streaming, I'd have to do it like every 2 minutes, which is been a little while since I've drawn hands too, so I don't know how good it's gonna be. But yeah, actually, before we start though, I did see you posted in the Discord. Let me just go ahead and take a little look at your new web um before we start completely. See what you got on the web. Ooh, that is a massive update from the last bit. Dang, that's cool. That looks that just looks like color wise and just organization looks a lot more impressive already. That's dope. Let's see. So web has roughly doubled the last 2 days. Some of the bonus details of my world: planar realms. World of the Formless Sea consists of 3 layers: celestial plane. That's what we talked about last time. It can there's space in our world. Pantheon can manifest in their true forms without shattering reality. Draconum, the actual planet the Formless Sea is on, a large shell of debris around it, and around Tiamat. The Abyss, the eternal hell prison where nothing is allowed to die, where Malice is in prison. Dope. Slightly outdated. Ooh, I do want to check that out soon too. Tools used during world building, Google Docs. Nice. Hero Forge is great for drafting up some characters pretty quickly. Albert Rodeo. Oh, cool. Virtual tabletop. I need to look into some more virtual tabletops. Giphy Glyphs. Monster Maker is dope. I do like using that. Homebrew booklet, Obsidian. Obsidian's great. Let's take a look at all. Let's get a good look at what we got in here now. Dang, you really went in and built all this out. Mimic Blade sounds dope. Corpse Eater also sounds dope. Right. Oof. Charge Crystal still there. Air Genasi Dragonborn. This is cool. You really have all this planned out. All the different races, nice. I like the color coding on that too. That really makes it a lot easier to visualize. Constrictor snake all over here. Force Failings. Failings, nice. Planar Realm. Priestess of Solaris. Priest of Nashura. Nice. And cloaks too. Nice. Okay. This that sounds cool. Vampires is finally connected now. Last time Vampires was not connected. It was alone. Now they are connected to the great cities and to the timeline. Okay. Those feel like the pretty big things to be connected to also. This is cool. Dang, I really like the progress you made on this. This is a lot of note taking, dude. Uh this is one of the things that I like taking notes and I like to do, and I am not always the best at when it actually comes to organizing my stuff. So that is actually really cool. What's your what any big changes you made in the last updates you did? Also, I need to fix I'm just realizing one of the elements on the UI that I was trying to get connected up, but I can see already that we need to do some more troubleshooting on that next time. But yeah, chat is supposed to be on the actual UI now, but looks like it's still not connected up 100%. Functionality's there, but the connection is not. So I'll have to do that next time. Cool. More stuff to go on the to-do list. Let's see. Occupied my ever making the past few weeks. That is dope. I've definitely been there. I have done that. Um, okay, let's see. Let's start with the first hand. Yeah, no, it's definitely once you get engrossed with a project, it's really easy just to keep going with it and just kind of keep going and going and going. Um, because yeah, like it when you get something good going, it's just hard to not pour everything into it. Also, I don't think I said last time because my notifications were not set up 100% the right way. But when you followed, I don't think I even acknowledged it during the stream. So yeah, thank you again for following. I know we talked about you being on Discord and everything, but yeah, thanks for the follow as well. Okay, let's see. We gotta start with something. Uh, what is good? All my knowledge on how to make hands immediately evaporated for this. Um, I need to find a good one to start with. I don't want to start with the one that I have on my reference board immediately. That one looks complicated. So we are going to start with. Okay, we'll start with this one that kind of looks like number one. Okay, so. Ooh. Crash. Not crashed. Okay, cool. Last time I did that, the computer crashed. Okay, so first thing to do first is kind of a gesture. Let's see that on there. Okay, yeah. Is gesture on the hand. I think gestures where whatever I'm doing, gesture is usually going to be the first place I start in any sort of art piece I do, especially when it's 2D. 3D is a little still a sketch, but less gesture sketch because it's just harder to do. But yeah, gesture drawing is something that I'd like to do first because it gets the forms and kind of the placement of things correct. And these are also not going to be amazing hands. They're just going to be, good enough to good enough to actually to get something in that looks like a hand and gets the main idea in. Let me see what she said. Let me make this a little bigger. Actually working on compiling a bestiary and a list descriptions for every allowed race. Got some buddies that can't join the campaign to make them that can't join the campaign to make NPCs to avoid patterns in my writing. That is really cool. I think that's a really cool part of just D&D in general, but like any sort of storytelling or writing, If you get others to kind of come in and just give some other input, I think it really helps break out of the just everybody gets stuck in patterns and things like that. I mean, it's also why it's good to get things critiqued and when you're whatever art form you're doing, whether it's writing or drawing or anything. Because yeah, it is really easy to get stuck in your own sort of biases and just patterns in general. The Mimic Blade is one of the player's starting items because their patron is Malice, the Lord of the Abyss and Mimicry. Okay, cool. How mimicky is it like, or how? I guess yeah. How mimicky is it? Is it like based on like kind of like D&D mimics where they just take like a form of something else? Okay, this is. Um, um, this needs to be a little shorter, a little exaggerated there. Let me break that down. And then go here. Kind of keep that a little sharp still. Keep this here. Probably want to bring this down here. Okay, roughly right. What do I have? Yeah, this has opacity on it. So there's always a little corner that comes out here when you bend. And get this little volume piece right here. Okay, and then actually this is going to come. Okay, yeah. Okay, and then this is the to define this plane a little bit more. So we're gonna have in here top plane is gonna be about right there. Side plane is about right here, and then this comes in like that. Okay, so something like that. I want to go ahead and round this out a little bit, angle this out a little bit more. There we go. And then we defining planes now. So rough gesture in. Not my best gesture either. I don't know if it's been a while or I just, as soon as I start recording, I'm just instantly forget how to draw. And talk too sometimes. Okay, so this, this in. Get those fingers in. Need to get some more planes in there to define those forms. God, that looks bad. Okay, let's see. Mimics in my campaign are creatures made of tar-like substance covered with purple eyes. Dope. They're true form, but they can mimic anything near perfectly. When something gets consumed by a mimic, they get sent to the abyss. Oh, that's actually dope. Kind of like a little extra dimensional portal. Uh, I guess not extra. Yeah, it's just a portal to another dimension. Dimensional portal inside. That's dope. I like that a lot. Um, okay. Get some wrapping lines in there. Anything near perfect when something gets consumed, it gets sent to the abyss. So does that mean that so basically player is going to be uh sending things to their patron then I'm assuming inside the abyss? It's a cool plot line. And is your player so I'm assuming like a the abyss patron is sort of on the more evil side. Um I mean they are that is Malice, right? So they don't sound like they're very good. But is your player evil or is it like some sort of uh like in servitude to them? Not and then they don't want to be, or they like willingly choose that as their patron. Okay, so wrapping lines about here, here. We can kind of bring this in here. That would be my dogs barking in the background. Okay. Oof. Rough start. Okay, let's get some wrap lines in here so we can at least kind of get a sense of the three-dimensional piece of this. And I think that technically this needs to have a plane here and then a plane is going to be right here as well. Oh, looks bad. All right, actually, I'm not gonna go ahead and draw that plane. We'd shade that plane probably a little bit more if we. It would be more of a shaded plane than an actual. Hard edge on that one. Or so we define the edge with shading, I guess is what I'm trying to say. This comes in a little bit. Here. Man, that's crazy that this is. Okay. This comes in too much here. We need to flare that out just a little bit to get that flow a little bit better. Actually, probably like that. Okay, that is one rough hand defined in. Let's see. Rough hand just to get another form here. So we can see this. Okay, so we'll take this and we're just going to put some very rough shading to and then call it here on this hand because I don't want to get stuck on one hand. It's more about practice than it is about making something pretty right now. So real rough hatching to just define those planes a little bit. Technically this would be, let's see, so it comes in here, comes here. I think technically we'll go say this. Let's go like this. Define this edge right here. Because these are more in shadow. And yeah, no, this needs to come up then, I think, still. Lines, this is more in shadow too, so we'll go ahead and keep that there. Keep this a little bit more in shadow. Get that occlusion in these lines, just darken them up a little bit. Let's see. Okay, let's see what you said. All right, let's see. So Cataclysm happened. Other players don't even know about Malice. He was erased from history after being partially responsible for Cataclysm. Cool. Cool. The Cataclysm happened roughly 2.2k years ago. Nice. It was caused when Malice took the form of another Dragon Lord to Eris, Lord of Honor and Treachery, and convinced them that Shrike, Lord of Water and Corruption, was going to flood the world, causing Eris to end up killing Shrike. Okay, so it's caused when Malice took the form of another dragon. Okay, it was Eris to Dragon Treachery and convince them Lord. Nice. Okay, that's cool. So if your players don't know about Malice, then so the player that is a patron, how does that work? Do they know about them, or is it something they just know that there's some sort of power that they're invested in? This is all gonna be shaded, so we'll hatch that really quick and this like this. And then this would have a form right here. We'll just keep it hatch. Loose hatch. And then technically the arm would also be out of the light a little bit. And even I'll put a loose hatch here. Because the light is coming from upward down, so all of this right here would be in shadow. And then just and then we'll just define a little bit more on the edge there. Technically, a lot of this would be just more mid-tone, but to define that form. Okay, not the best hand, but this will work for the first one for now. And that took us probably like 10 minutes, something like that. Not the best. Not the best time on this. So 100 will take forever. Will take forever. Okay. Gross hand, but we'll call it there for now. This is warm up one, number one. Actually, you know what? Last little bit because I just kind of saw this. We would need to shade that underneath too because these planes technically would be also very much in darkness or in shadow. And then I do usually like to give the um I do usually like to give the fingers just a little bit more color to them, but not for this one. This one's already, I can tell on this one just looking at the reference. I definitely got my proportions a little bit off. If I was gonna, let's just do a Control Shift X. If I was gonna fix this, if I mean, when I should have started, I should have gone a little bit better with my layout, but this needs to be a little bit more angled this way. Let's see if I can fix this, or it would just look like a mess. If I try liquefying this, yeah, it probably looks like a mess. More than anything. Cool. All right, that's gonna likely be more trouble than it's worth to fix. But technically, this would need to be also moved a little bit more this way. Okay. It's not good, but we're gonna go ahead and call that for the first one, so we can at least have a starting point. And we'll go ahead and label that one. Cool. Now let's go to 2. All right, next hand. This one's cool. Okay, we're doing this one. All right, this one's gonna be a sort of gun hand. Let's get a little bit more of the form in there to begin with. Let's go ahead and move that over more towards the center, so we're working with. There's a wrist or a forearm, so would technically forearm going a little bit away from the camera. So this is more dramatic of a perspective than it actually is, but I think we can probably work with that as a starting point. I'm gonna make that a little smaller because I don't think the hand will fit comfortably in there. Okay, let's see. So when they chose the warlock, I gave them a choice. I gave them a choice if they chose Pact of the Old Ones. They can be tied to deeper into the world, or I could tie a member of the publicly known pantheon to a different patronage option. Okay, cool. I like that. So you give them an option. I think that's really cool. And you don't have to reveal everything, but I think it's cool to like eke out more not like of the knowledge and lore as you go. I think that's definitely like a really cool way to uh yeah, to get them involved more too, especially with a god or entity that's so important to the setting. Okay, so hands roughly in there. Um, gesture, 2 fingers are technically going to be kind of coming down like this. Um, technically, I actually think it should be a little more pointed this way, more biased that way. There we go. We'll get the fingers in there. Okay, so 2 fingers. Let's go ahead and erase that out a little bit because we'll need all of that in there. Erase this too. I think I can make this these 2 finger separations a little bit more defined. Okay. Okay, cool. So then there's that, and then the hardest part always is the thumb, but thumbs can be like pretty gestural sometimes. So Okay. Okay. Looks kind of like a what it's supposed to look like. I'm gonna go ahead and I am thinking that's not the right short key. L. I'm gonna go to lasso this. I'm going to I think bring the size up on this a little bit on the wrist because I think the forearm wrist whatever. I think it was a little too. That's about the right angle. It was a little too thin. So bring that up. Control D. Take this top one off. There you go. Okay, that's better. Still a little exaggerated, but not as intense exaggeration. Okay, let's take this a little bit. Let's take this more. I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up to something like this. Cool. This comes up here. This finger kind of wraps around. Then we start dealing with the planes, the forms, and the fingers. Okay, so this. Do I want to separate those fingers out? I feel like that's a pretty important form for the piece. I think this needs to come up though. This needs to angle down, so we need to have a little bit more of the something like that. I think if we go ahead and take the thumb, we can bring that size up a little bit because it should be between the thumb and the fingers. Should be at this angle, and then this is yes, thumb can be up in size a little bit. Angle of thumb isn't terrible though. Something like that feels okay. Feels better, I guess. I want to maybe do this. Make it have a little bit more of a form. I want to even attempt fingernails, or is that too much detail for this? Okay. Oh, I hate thumbs. Always the worst to draw. I don't want to lose the gesture either. Okay, we'll leave it like that for now. That feels fine. Um, hmm. Hmm, that feels gross. No, that's too much. Okay, that's better. Um, okay, this is too long. That's part of the problem. Bring this down like this. This comes okay. Nope. So this wrist comes up over the hand a little bit. Something like that. Let's go ahead and bring the hand is gonna have this. So Druids, what are you working on today? What's your current goal? Your current goal of in the world building project right now? Is there something specific you're working on, or is it still just general organization and everything? Okay, knuckles there should be angled slightly. That looks bad. I want to put this in. Is that worth it? Putting the gap in between. Not like that. Not do something like this. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Eek. Not great, but okay, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and lighten these. What is my this? Yeah, let's lighten. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I'm gonna lighten up my eraser a little bit so I can start getting the more of the pulling back some of the lines that don't need to be as dark as they are. This is all a mess right here. Let's see what we're doing here wrong. Okay, so like this. This finger is coming around. It's coming this way, then it's going to go ahead and come around like that. Make that a little sharper right there so we can actually see that. I think maybe a little thinner. Like that, and then keep all of this in shadow. And then bring the other finger, ooh, we can move around all over the place. Up and around like that. Something like that. And then get that ambient occlusion in there. A little bit darker. Sheesh. And then I think we come over the top with the wrist a bit to give it that overlap. A bit there. Start giving a little bit of the hatching to help us see the form a little bit more. Bottom side of fingers are going to have the darker piece here. Also where the fingers are overlapping a little bit, we'll have a darker line. This part of the thumb is going to actually come like this, and there's going to be a little overlap with the hand there. Or pull back those knuckles. A little bit of hatching. A little bit of hatching for this knuckle. A little bit of hatching for this knuckle. And then a little bit more defined hatching for this knuckle. Ew. Gross. Okay. That's going to have to do for this one just because we spent a lot of time on it already. Another one that's not going amazing, but that's what the point of doing a bunch of these is. And let's see if I was going to do this. If I was going to fix this, it would be something in this these upper lines up here. Maybe. I think it's worse. Okay. Nope. We're just gonna have to call it there for these two or this one because it is gonna end up being more time spent on it than it needs to be. Okay, moving on to next one. We can go ahead and make one smaller too, because that's too big compared to one. There we go. Cool. All right, number three. So what is that now? Probably like 30 minutes for two of them. That ain't good. Okay, see. Doing a little bit of everything, focus on getting bestiary to pull from, so I have to do less for improv. No, yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things is if you can have your all of your stuff um in place before the session. That always makes me feel like the best if I can have everything ready and in place, because once you get into the session, then anything you haven't prepared uh is it's like you definitely will feel it during the session. So as much as you can get beforehand, so that's what prep is good for. Okay, so keeping this gestural. This gestural, I'll define the fingers first. And as far as gesture, so it should be uh these two should be almost about the same. Then this one will come down a little bit more because it's further back and smaller, and then keep it about right there, and then the thumb would be something like that. I think if I was doing this in like a quick gesture session or like an art class, it would be basically this would all be like all I would draw. Would be something like this when in doing something in gesture. So all this is too, this is way too far down. Something like that. Okay, and then we can go ahead and define some wrapping lines to help get some of the form here, because this one's definitely more dependent on form than some of the other ones have been, because the perspective's a little bit has a lot more overlap to it. Um, we'll exaggerate this hump right here. Maybe not as exaggerated, but a little bit more exaggerated. Um, get up right here, bring like that, and then if this is the underside of the arm, we're gonna, the underside of the arm, we're gonna go ahead and bring, and technically this would be coming a little bit towards the camera, so I believe that would be this wrapping line, something like that. And then there's a straight right here that kind of connects those two. Okay, so bringing that up, so have that. Let's see if I can get this a little bit more defined. So this would come down lower than the palm, because the palm would be behind this finger. So, and then there's going to be right here, define this a little bit, tissue connecting the thumb and to the actual hand palm thing. Hand palm thing is the scientific term for that. And then finger there, the middle finger, which is right here, which is a little long behind the finger, but it's longer than the index finger, so it's maybe something like, it's a little short right now, but I don't know if I want to push that or not. Something like that. Let's get some wrapping lines in here so we keep this, keep clear on what we're seeing. Okay, finger's a little thick on this one. I don't want that. Like that. Okay. That's better. And I always like to give a little curve up on the at the end of the fingers. That goes into more of a point. Okay, maybe not that much. A little round on the bottom. Okay, something like that. Because technically this would still be the bottom, so make sure we get the wrapping there. Okay, cool. So then we have this, a finger coming from behind. I kind of want, let's see, that's very straight. I kind of want to push this one down a little bit more. In the reference I'm using, it's not as pushed down, but I think it would look a little better pushed down a little bit more. I want to bring it up a little bit, actually. So something like this, get a little bit of a different angle, so it's more bit more interesting. Bring this down. Okay, so this needs to be more to flow a little bit more. Okay, something like that. Cannot hit my lines. Okay, cool. And then I think it's a little more bent, so keep it like that. Still want it to be like that. Yeah, that's still right. But a little bent here. Cool. Okay, that feels still like a hand. Let's see. The only limiting factor to the open world is how much water the players can carry. Everything beyond the intro for the plot is just a loose outline, so players can affect as much as possible. So I love me some good improv, but any work I can do now to make the session easier, the better. Yeah, no, I definitely understand that. But no, that's cool. I do like that you have a sandbox. I think that's one of the best ways to do it is like sandbox, but just have roughly things planned out. That way you can I think that what it's just know understand the world, which I feel like you're definitely doing. You understand the world well, and you understand your world well, and then you just know you have things that are set up in these places that may or may not, may or may not come up, but you just know the world well enough to understand like what will come up if they do whatever certain thing they do. I think it's a good way to do it, though. I do like to give the freedom of a sandbox and just kind of a more open world for your players to play around in. Um, so as for the water, because I know that's a big thing in your setting. All the rules, or all the just water in general because of how it's rarer. What are the rules you have like set up for uh having water? Like, what's the mechanic? I guess in your system you're setting up for them. This here. This is the bottom of the hand. Index, middle, ring, and then pinky is going to be behind the bottom of the hand. I'm going to go ahead and make this the most dramatically downturned. Something like that feels okay. Okay, cool. Here, keep that skin, the skin flap that's between your thumb and your index finger. It connects to the palm. It connects to the hand. Keep that there. We're gonna go ahead and start shading in this now. This needs to be longer. This is not long enough. L. Take this lasso tool. Pull this. No, not like that. Like that. Let's just pull that out like that. I think we can get away with that. Yeah, I think that's fine. We'll fix that a little bit. Okay. I kind of like to keep the bottom of the fingers kind of have a more of a swoopy flow. Okay, cool. I like that. I like that gesture a lot more. Okay, let's see what else do we have here. This make these a little darker because this is going to be where the most shadow is. Just ever so slight hatching. And some more hatching on this bottom plane, and then more hatching on this bottom plane. I think we might even have a bit more, yeah, a little bit more of an overlap there, so we'll keep that a little bit darker. Um, Technically, I think the light is coming from from the camera, kind of at an angle, so like this. And that's side and like scenario like this. So technically, the tops of the fingers would also get a bit more shadow, and this middle part here is actually the brightest part of this. So keep that in mind. I think we can go ahead and hatch right here. And technically, if I was doing this, like if we were doing this for real, we were trying to draw a nice hand, like an actual well-made hand, well-rendered hand, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We would go ahead and yeah, we'd probably go ahead and get like a really soft brush, really starting. It depends. Sometimes I go hard, sometimes I go soft, but probably get something some to mark in some general shadow shapes and things like that, or just kind of shading. I usually bring it to like some sort of well, I don't know. In 2D, it's different than in like digital. It's different than like regular. Um, in regular 2D or like traditional medium, where that one is usually where I'll get some really light shading all over first, and then I'll come through and start to really define the shapes. But sometimes with digital, I'll do more where we do some harsh shadow shapes first, and then just start to blend those out. Depends on what we're doing. Cool. Nope. But since these are just sketches, just kind of treating it more like I would treat the traditional 2D sketch as well. What did we do there? We made a text box. Don't need a text box right now. Okay, this. Okay, something there. Let's go ahead and just take these wrapping lines out in this center area because this is technically where they're getting the most light. So cool. Okay, better hand than I've done. Best one we've done so far. Um, Getting warmed up a little bit. Still not amazing or anything, but better. And you know what? I think I can take switching brushes a little bit. Let's go ahead and do something like a, where are my brushes? They are over here. Let's do something like a, what do I want? What am I trying to get done here? A rectangle brush. Yeah, let's do this. Um, this one is just for a little light wash on to add some, just some color to the fingers. Like to add a little bit of color to the tips of the fingers. I just think it gives it a little bit more character. This is probably too much and starting to blend in with some of the shading pieces, but we can. I think we're okay with that. Sketch. Keep that a little sketchier. That's farthest away. So since this one's furthest away, we probably keep that a little bit sketchier. It's okay not to define things further away that much, they uh just because it's what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, because if things further away, it's easier. It's okay just to let them get lost a little bit in the lost edges. Um, I do like this square brush though. The rectangle brushes are some of my favorites. I think it's a little bit too. There you go, a little better. Rectangle hard edges are kind of my favorite. So we can either go when you're shading something or adding any sort of thing. You can um, either go very hard and then smooth out with a blending brush, or just by like erasing with a soft brush. Or you go really smooth at first and then you just erase back with hard edges or whatever. However you're doing hard edges, you either go soft to hard or hard to soft. It's kind of how most of it, most of the methods go. And usually you're going to be doing both at the end of the day. You need both hard and soft. Let's get some smudge in here, just because this part's a little bit more subtle. Keep this a bit harder there. Okay, cool. Interesting enough looking hand. Uh, Definitely like it more than some of the others have done. So okay, that is going to be. This is going to be. Where's my brush? Is it this one? Nope, not this one. This one. Nope. It is this one. Right? Nope. Where's the brush I was using? Is this one? There you go. Okay, so this one's going to be. Wait, no. A better way to make threes. Don't like that. There we go. That's good enough. Okay, that's three. Only like 15 minutes again. Oof. Okay, at least it's better looking. Nope, no new brush. That would be crazy. Layer 4. Okay, what are we doing next? What are we doing next? We are doing. This one looks hard. Let's do this one. Okay, so we're doing one that is more of a side view of a grip, kind of like this. Okay, let's see what we got. So, Druid's water checks. The players will have to carry a water skin for hydration, and outside of the cities, they'll have 2 water checks a day and a water check if they rest in the middle of the day. The players fail to drink water for any reason during one of these checks, they take a point of exhaustion, up to 4 points, and then 1d6 damage for every point of exhaustion. Oof, exhaustion is tough. But water, I mean, for your setting, that makes sense because I mean, water is a thing. And it's probably just going to be more like a desert sort of similar rule set or whatever. So that makes sense. But exhaustion's tough. Exhaustion gets real tough. Um, that's gonna be that's gonna be cool though. I do like some good survival mechanics. I'm really bad at running them because I think it uh just a lot. It's more bookkeeping for me than I usually like to do or than I can remember in the middle of everything. But I do like some good like survival rule sets. Okay, how do we want to do this one? This is crazy. Okay, so let's get the flow first. Okay, so flow is going to be something like this. the flow of the fingers or something like that. Like that. And then we do see the top of the fingers here. Okay, so this is somewhat the flow of the fingers. Get the palm in here, so it comes out like this. This is the tough one. Comes out like this. It's going to be angled like this, right? Yeah, so it's kind of back like this. And then we'll say thumb is going to go about right there because it's the thumb is technically coming towards the camera too, so it's something more like this. And then wrist is going to be going away from the camera, so something like this. Okay, and then so if this is the hand here, going away, but it should be like this, this. Oof, these fingers are gonna be tough. Okay, so we see the thumb is going to. Let me go ahead and make this more of an angle. Yeah, it's easier to read. Thumb is going to be this. Eek. Damn, that is a tough angle for a thumb. Just any finger. Tough angle. Okay, so top is going to be here. Thumbs out here. Okay, that's probably as good as it's going to get. Okay, so then we'll go finger, finger. I don't even know how to draw these. I think technically the gesture might be more like, yeah, it might be more like this. So this is going to be the middle finger. Okay, and then if we take this one out, this is going to be the index finger. And then this is too high up. Okay, let's do this. Bring the thumb down. It's just the thumb. No, this needs to be the whole palm needs to come down. What am I doing here? Nope, not this. Control D. I'm going to take the whole palm down a little bit. That's something. I don't know if that was the right move, but it's something. Okay. So if we say that the what happened here? Why are you so low? Weird. Okay. So if we say that this is here, then this right here is going to be the pinky. Pinky's going to come out all the way out here. This is pinky all the way out here. Pinky comes in. Pinky comes in right there. Connects there. That down. And then comes around. Something like that. That's crazy. Okay, this needs to come down. This wrist needs to come down. Okay. 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 I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it a little bit. Okay. Okay, so back of hand. Ink the back of hand. Okay, so need some forms defined here. We're gonna go ahead and do some forms here. So this is the edge. This is the back of the hand that's visible. This is the front, which I think is going to need to come up a little more like that. Anyway, so front, back, front plane, back plane. Okay, yeah. So this is also coming out maybe more like this. Okay. This is this way, coming out this way. Eek. This one's tough. And then I think I'm going to go ahead and bring the pinky out more. I don't like that. Sheesh. Okay. Talk to some buddies and go to water checks. Yeah. Routine. All right. I'm gonna go talk to some buddies and then go to bed. Have a good night. No, you too, man. Cool. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, definitely keep updated on the world building stuff. It's coming along really well. I think you had some really good progress in just a few days, and so that's really cool. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. Hope to see you soon. Hope we get some updates on the world. Okay, okay, so going to do all this. God, this is crazy looking. So, put some wrapping lines in here. Okay, wrapping lines. And this is technically the top. It's coming this way. Top coming this way. Okay. Tough. Okay, so if the thumb is coming out like this, then something like that, as because the skin is going to slightly overlap here on the thumb, comes around from the top. So palm. Okay, damn. Okay, I think I'm seeing it a little bit. We've just been layering so many lines on here. That's crazy. Either very sinister, very frightening hand number. Yeah, this is a crazy hand. But hey, dude, thanks for stopping by. No, yeah, this one's crazy. Crazy perspective, but that's why I picked it. Get that perspective practice in. Okay. All right, so this maybe part of this is need to bring that down a little bit more. There we go. Okay. This pinky needs to do something different. Okay, and then technically we'd be seeing the bottom plane of this pinky. All this would be bottom plane of this pinky. And this is where that kind of connects in. Okay, and then if this is this, then boom, comes around like that. this one's horrible. Okay. Top plane, side plane. Need to start. I just need to see some of this. Okay, bottom, underneath, side, still, side plane. Here. Let's go fill in this ring that they're wearing. We'll also build, uses the kind of a landmark. That's also not right. What are we doing here? Take this. This will be the top of the ring. Top plane of the ring should be kicking back the light. Well, on this part only, because the other part will be cast in shadow. So like that is somewhat better. Yeah, like that. A little bit here, maybe. Yeah, I don't know about this one. All of this is different planes, so we do that. Depends on how much we want here. Cool. Okay. And this one, we want this to be technically a little bit more towards the side. So top plane here. Okay, top plane here, bottom plane here. Um, Side plane. And top, top, or bottom, bottom. Then this is all top up here. Side plane, side plane, side plane. Looks bad. Yeah. Okay, and then I think this is the top plane, technically. Maybe needs a little bit more shape like that. You. Okay. It's some sort of indication that this is a different plane on the palm. Fade all that in. This is the side plane. Thumb can be a little bit rounder because we're getting more of the top of the thumb. The thumb's just a little rounder in general. And this person, it needs to be more angled. Damn, perspective nightmare on this one. That's crazy. Well, that's why these are good to study. Bottom, bottom. Okay, so this one looks terrible, but we'll probably have to call it on this one because I've spent so much time on this one already. Let me just get some wrapping lines so I can at least pretend like there's some sort of form going on here that's not just a complete mess. So bring this back, bring this back. what even is the wrapping line on that? It would be still technically coming towards the camera, so it would be just a very shallow, almost straight wrapping line. I think this one should come out a little bit more based on that. Okay, so power shading. I don't think the power shading is gonna help this one. Even then, um, yeah, at least there's some form of the planes, kind of. Even then, but yeah, it's a hand. Kind of tell what it's doing. Clean up some of the lines, just make it a little more defined. Um, just to reinforce that this is turning away. Okay, that is a very bad rendition of this pose, but good enough to understand that it's a hand, I guess. Add that a little bit there. It's because it's a little darker down here. Give us more plane change. Technically, it would be you kind of come right here too. All right, what is this? This is number 4. Oh my god, there's so many. There's so many left. Okay, 4. We do my 4s like that. There we go. 4. Okay, take this guy and we will throw him up over here. If you squish it down really far, it doesn't look as bad. You're like, yeah, from a distance, that's not as bad. So yeah, it's fine. We're just not gonna look at that one anymore. Oh my god. 4. Let's see how long has it been? Probably like an hour now or something like that. What time is it? I started around 8. So yeah, about an hour and 4 hands. Great. Great timing on this. We're really blowing through these. Okay, let's see. All right, this one because it seems more fun. Let's go ahead and we're gonna do one holding a knife because that seems like a pretty good break from the ones that we just did. And then just checking, just make sure everything's going okay. Cool. Okay. All right, so we are gonna be doing a hand with a knife in it now because, yeah, the last one sucked. So we're doing something that is probably gonna be a little more fun. Hopefully, a little more fun. All right, start with a arc of the fingers, which is kind of like this, something like that. Then thumb, something like this, something like that. As the fingers are the bottom plane of the fingers go in technically. Always gonna go in when they're being condensed. This person has a weird thumb too. It's gonna look okay. Yeah, Fingers go in when they're grasping something. So something like that. Keep the palms. Find the palm somewhere around right here. Okay. Find the palm somewhere right there. Knife is gonna start. It's gonna wrap around this finger, which will get we'll just kind of get some gesture of that here. I can draw a ellipse at all. That's close enough. Close, close enough. Okay, so then we'll do the gesture of the knife. Let's bring this down in size a little bit. Oh, and as we have a little more room, let's bring it a little closer. So knife, bring it up a little bit more. The knife is gonna come out of the hand, palm down like this. Something like that sort of curve. And then up and around. Let me see. Let me actually find the other end of the hilt up here. Something like that. Okay, hilt. Where is it? It's seeing the top of the handle, so it's coming around like that. I'm gonna do it here. This is there's a top plane that we're technically going to be seeing on this. And something like that is good. This also has a top plane here that we technically would be seeing. Okay. This. Okay, now we're going to start building the knife. Blade on the top, or the top of the blade, I guess. Something like this. There's a little notch here. So, and then this is going to come to that point right there. Cool. Okay. Good-ish. Let's see how we fix this. So, in the reference, if I take this hand reference, so this is the hand. It's about a little smaller than the knife, but not doesn't reach quite reach a tip. But yeah, so the knife is a little too long and thick. Uh, yeah, like yeah, thick. Um, so um, so what we're gonna have to do here is bring either the top or the bottom or the hand needs to be bigger. But likely, from just the way that the knife looks, I think the top or bottom is going to have to be moved in a little bit. And I think at the top makes sense to move down. So also going to keep this a bit straighter from here. And then the knife starts to come to that point right here. And then also, we try liquefying. So don't break the flow. Okay. So we liquefied there. Well, okay, liquefied there. And boom. That is a roughly a better shape than the knife was originally in. Looking at the hand, I still think the hand is a little bit uh, too small. We might have to bring it up. Let's put this on. Cool. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So hand is too thin. Needs to be wider. Yeah. With on the actual hand needs to be a little wider, and then fingers. Palm is actually a little shorter. Maybe honestly, maybe just the palm needs to be shorter. Looking at the reference, um, maybe just the tip is this top part of the palm. Go ahead and erase all of this. I'm thinking something up here is messing up. Thumb is kind of a mess too, but this thumb on this reference is kind of weird. Right there, bring that angle down. Cool. Um, okay. Cool. Okay. That's actually a little bit better for the proportions of it. I do think the thumb needs to be rounded more. So something like this. Um, like this, something like this. Very blocky thumb. Very we're definitely going very like square like for this. Oh, and technically this right here would be the bottom of the knife coming out. So this would be the very edge of the knife on the opposite end or whatever. Okay, so like this. Let's start defining these fingers in. Just we need some wrapping lines, I think. I should have done that before I did the little. Yeah, before I did this ring. All right, so we're gonna erase that ring. Bring in the actual finger geometry a little bit more, because before we get too carried away with the accessories and things like that. Bring this in. Bring this in. This comes down a bit more. And I'm probably going to bias this up to be a little bit more square than maybe even it is because it just feels like it fits the character of this hand too. But dang, how are we going to fit all these in here? Okay, so wrapping there as the joint or the finger kind of turns down. Okay, wrapping as the finger kind of turns down. And then pinky would be the most angled. Erase some of the knife. Square. Pinky's the most turned in. Square. Okay. Bring this knuckle a little bit up. Bring this down. Technically, yeah. So this knife is the hand. This is the handle of the knife. Bring it up, around. Okay, and then we can bring back the handle a little bit. Okay. Lost some form here, but getting something. Okay, so now we have this right here. Let's bring that around. This curve around, and then okay, and then up, round. Cool. Okay. That. Cool. Knife. Okay, knife. Bodies here. And then comes up around. Cool. right, so bring it up, around, kind of get to start defining that thumb a little bit more. So this thumb right here is weird, both in its shape and just the angle is at a bit too. But I think we can define the planes a little bit more. And I think I want to treat this almost like a square. Something like this. Because feels like a very blocky thumb anyway. So if I do this, yeah, okay. Bring that palm back up a bit more than it was. We have this top plane of the thumb, and really this top plane is going to be more curved. Yeah, it's gonna be more curved, but I think for maybe we can bring back a little bit of a curve there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But it's I think for something like for a thumb as blocky as I think that works for a sketch. Since the hand is so blocky with some of the choices we made. I almost want to carve in that bottom plane right there. That maybe. And, uh, that's okay, cool. That bottom plane can be stretching or it's gonna be compressing. Bend and stretch. Okay, then we get this bottom plane of the palm here, this side plane a bit here. I can kind of see technically maybe if we can lighten this up on the side because there would be bounce light, so don't want to completely darken the edges. And then the occlusion here, which is going to be the darkest parts, which are going to be all the areas that the fingers are meeting the palms. There, technically, another area that will get more of that occlusion is going to be any area that is where the fingers are touching, because that's where there's more occlusion happening. So we can darken that up a bit too. Not everywhere though. Too, I don't love to just line completely when in occluded areas like the fingers. I think especially when it comes to fingers, it's kind of same thing with like teeth. I don't love to. I don't love to completely line teeth all the way, or have the common art tip or whatever is not to draw every in like crevice for the teeth because then it makes it look kind of weird. Same thing with fingers. I usually find that applies to the fingers as well. Um, it just looks kind of weird when it has complete perfect lines. So usually, if we can find a place like somewhere maybe like right there where we can start to we start to take out some of the crevice, just to make it a little bit more uh, less just outlined. It just feels less outlined and more just natural. And then maybe we take it right there. Something like that. Yeah, because like instantly that the implied crevices I think look more interesting than actual completely outlined crevice. Even though technically when you're looking at a drawing or something like that, you would be, or not a drawing, an actual reference photo, you would kind of see the full crevice between the fingers. You would see lines between all of them, but it just doesn't look as cool, I think, when you're actually drawing something. I almost want to just give him more. Cool. Okay. This one looked better than I thought it was gonna be. Cool. Just to get a little bit more of that Shading in there. Just hatching. Although this one, honestly, is probably a good candidate for actually getting some more value in there. Okay. We can go ahead and put some light gesture lines for some of the way the skin's kind of flowing. Okay. More occlusion there from where the knife is starting to cast a shadow. Okay. Yeah. Not the worst. I guess the real question is if I want to try to capture the shading on the knife, that's a very reflective surface and would probably be pretty hard to do. So we might end up doing that. What am I doing here? So this needs to be, yeah, because there's a, yeah, so essentially the knife kind of wraps around like that. So yeah, there's this little area here that we can wrap around like that. And then wraps around like that. Yeah, that's it. This comes around there. This comes around there. Okay, something like that. Okay, not the worst looking knife. I mean, it's not perfect, but for sketch, not the worst. Let's see. Do we want to attempt to add some shading to this knife? Maybe. Oh, well, not like that, but that's cool. Kind of want to give it a. It's definitely straighter. Nope, not that. Definitely straighter in the reference. I don't know. I don't know if I like. I kind of like the way it looks. I think I'm gonna keep it like that. I kind of like it like that. And that tip up just a bit. Yeah. Okay. Cool. What else do we have on this knife that's kind of interesting? Looks like it has a. I can't tell if this is reflection or if this is part of the design, but it looks like it has a little edge that runs through the middle. We'll give it a little edge like that. Looks a little more elvish like that. Hmm. Okay. Edge here, and actually seeing this, it actually comes out straight a little bit. What is this called? It's called like the Sapatang. I don't know. It's been a while since I've looked at anatomy of knives for a while, but yeah. So this part comes out here before it actually curves into the blade piece. So make that a little straighter. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. That's a knife. And wrapping line there just to keep it something. A little shadow there. And I'm gonna go ahead and just do a light wash of values. I do really like on this one. I do like the definition of of the I guess I like the form change of the fingers that are curling in, shading a bit more. That is something that I think does work pretty well for this. And it's more hard edged. I think the hard edge does work. Okay, so ooh, that was not the right one. That's fine. Let's go ahead and actually do this the right way and go to a different layer, so we're not going over all the line art. Line art. I don't know if it's actually line art. Knuckles, I think, can use a bit of value on them. Darkening. Keep that like that. Thumb is just kind of feels like it has more value, so I think I can get away with adding some there. Um, this I kind of don't want to touch that too much. And okay, let's try smudging that a bit. And then erase that back out. Okay. Need this to be a little bit softer. Softer erase. I think maybe something like that. And then softer that. And then maybe something can pull it back a little bit here on this. I think maybe darken this a bit more. And then do we want to put founding a founding artist? Hey, the founding artist. Nice drawing. Thanks. Thanks, man. We're just it's just a bunch of rough sketches. Trying to do a bunch of hands just to get some practice in. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. But yeah, no, just kind of going through a bunch of different hands, trying to do 100 at some point. I don't know. I'm definitely not moving fast enough to do that to probably all today, but we'll see how far we get. But yeah, hands are good practice. I do this every once in a while when I'm trying to get my studies in. Because I do hate hands, but I like and hate hands. There's both one of my favorite pieces to work on for anatomy and one of my least favorite. Depends on the day, but you can get a lot of gesture and personality out of them. Okay, I don't love all this down here. I think I maybe went too overboard with that, and then even just in general, I'm gonna fade that out because it's not that important to this piece here. And then do I want to try to get some rough reflections in there? Let's see what that looks like. That's just going to be dark. Reflections are just really dark and really light. Let's see if we can get anything with that. Especially on the edges, and then this. It's all warped in here. I don't know if it's going to be any way to make this look. Basically, reflections, what makes them look specular is having really brights and really darks pretty close to each other. That looks like garbage, so probably not going to do that right now. See if I can get some value in there. To that's what I should have done. Okay, let's try this again. I think I can do this. All right, let's get. I need to get a wash in there first, because in order to make something look reflective, it needs to have both the lights and darks. But since we're not, I could get a white in here and start drawing with that, but I don't want to do that just yet. So let's put a wash in first, light wash, and then with this light wash, we should be able to erase to get the whites, and then the darks will just kind of go over top still. So light wash in, maybe a little bit darker. Already spent way too much time on this hand too, but that's fine. Let's keep the plane here. Wash in there too, and we'll keep. Actually, yeah, we can probably do that immediately. So light wash, and then in between the base color is going to be the darkest color, and then on top is the light color. Cool. All right, and then let's try doing this. So we're gonna get dark shadow in here. Following the curve of this. There's dark shadow, medium shadow, medium reflection, super light highlight at the bottom right there. And that kind of Fresnel in there. Bring this up. Highlight there. Dark. Dark. Actually dark, and then sharp cut off here. Sharp cut off here. Comes down to the tip. Dark. A little lighter of a highlight in here. Just make all this dark. Okay, and then go kind of dark reflection here. And then next to that dark reflection, we have a really light one. Light there. Dark down here. Okay, and then bring it up, down. Dark. Really dark here. A little lighter here. Between those two. A light there. Reflection. And then see if we can bring. Ooh. Photoshop. Okay, cool. Good on OBS still. Cool. Okay. Saw that. Cut out for a little bit. Cool. Okay. I think we're okay. Cool. So we're going still streaming, I think. Cool. So then reflection here. We get dark reflection there. Keep it light right next to it. Does it look like anything? Not really. It kind of looks garbage still. I'm thinking, all right, let's break the rule. I know I said I wouldn't, but let's go ahead and come up a lot in light. What the? Why is it doing that lately? Okay, let's try this. Some light highlights right next to that dark. Highlights there. Nope, looks worse. Alright, that's gonna look bad no matter what. Nope, not what to do. Why is that going that way now? Okay. Yep. All right. That looks like garbage. Um, definitely need some more reflection studies. But for now, we'll leave that as a knife like that. That looks okay. That actually looks fine. Actually, no, I need to leave it. Okay, that looks fine. We're gonna call that on that one. Way too long on that. Okay, so what is that? It was like almost another hour on this guy. Need to pick it up. So this is 5. This is too light now. Oh my colors got messed up a little bit. Why is that going to the secondary color? That's weird. Okay, let's bring that more blue, a little bit more cooler toned, and then bring this. Oh yeah, okay. So these two, E, merge those together, and then we are in the eraser mode for some reason. We're in clear mode. Why are we in clear mode? Weird. Right. The right brush either. Where is my brush? Okay. Go back to, we're going to pull out our, this is from, where is it? Okay, so I use Josh Black's brushes. They're honestly pretty solid. So this is where I'm pulling my current brush from. Go back in here. Better. There we go. That looks normal again. Okay, cool. Cool. It's cool. That's weird that it came out like that. Okay, so yeah, cool. So we're gonna go ahead and call this number 5. That's crazy. I guess our goal is like 10. I was thinking more like 20, but cool. 5. Cool. All right, next one. We're gonna go ahead and do a let's do a fist. Fist should be easy. I can probably knock that out quick. I say as I end up getting stuck on it for another hour. Okay, fist. Like this. What is it? Oh, okay, so fist is pretty much a. It's gonna be like a cube. Is kind of how I think of fist. So something like this. We're seeing you're gonna see the top side of it from the top side of the palm, which is gonna go inward like this because as it's going away from us into perspective. So something around right. Yeah. Nope. Yep. Any sort of art thing, whether it's an art project or just any project, honestly. I'm always like, yeah, it shouldn't take that long. And then 2 days later, I'm still working on it. Okay. Rabbit hole. Easy to go down rabbit holes too. Okay, so back of the hand. let's see, define the two knuckles up here. So two knuckles are on their own plane here. Then we're going to bring down into the bottom knuckles. This. This. So thumb, square. Wow. Already losing the shape. I feel like I just cannot draw today. I feel like I've lost all my drawing ability. I swear, I really can draw sometimes. Okay, this through like this, this. Okay, like that. Let's start defining. Start defining knuckles. Knuckles like this. Okay, and then this. I'm missing so one knuckle here. That is the okay, something like this. This. Okay, and then okay, so knuckle, knuckle, so index knuckle, middle knuckle. This is the ring finger knuckle, and then go ahead and bring the fingers down somewhere around there. Erase that in. Cool. Okay, and then cool. Something like that for the thumb. Like this. Damn. Okay, and then okay, and keep that little. Yeah. Okay. So gonna keep this separation right here. Build that in. I think keep this here. Bring that back a little bit. I know there's kind of a cool separation right here that I think I want to keep. Maybe something like that. I think it's like that. I think that's decent to keep. There's an overlap here that I like. If I can define that in there for that, as that finger kind of overlaps the other finger. Bring this knuckle. This knuckle has kind of a cool overlap with this last finger. So I'm actually going to pull the knuckle down from the palm and then actually kind of like that. Yeah. Keep that last finger overlapped by that knuckle. And there's, yeah, something like that. And then more a lot of value in the shadow over here in this one specifically. So start adding that in a little bit. I think I'm going to define this overlap a bit more. Yeah, so we can kind of see that it is coming over the bottom finger. Okay, so then this comes in here. Cool. This we have the overlap or the we start to see this finger turn about right here. So bring that down about right here on this one. So boom, boom, boom. Create that there. Bring that shadow down on that bottom plane. This one we see the most of the underside of this one right here. So about right here is where we start to define that bottom plane. In the shading, I think also between those two fingers, I'm going to add that line weight in there. Okay, so for the thumb, keep it a little squarer. I think again, like this, come around on the top of that knuckle here, and then I want that sharpness of that, and then just a light shading on that piece. I think this finger on top can. What am I doing here? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Lost my forms. Got too messy with my forms here. Okay, so I think we can go ahead and bring that actually back a little bit. Like that. A little bit less. Just to keep that offset between each other. This is middle knuckle still, so make sure we get that in there. Kind of define that so we can tell that it belongs to this middle one a bit more. And I think I'll add some value to these knuckles too so they can get a little more defined. And then from here, this is middle knuckle. This has to be about right here. We're going to go ahead and define that. That index finger knuckle. And so it kind of comes like this, and then it also links in with this, it overlaps this, the fat tissue that builds up from your palm when you make a fist. So here, bring this down a bit more. I think there's overlap right here that I like, that I want to keep. Maybe not all of this, just this right here where it overlaps the thumb. We have some of that here, light here, plane change right here over the thumb. So we kind of will, this goes into the palm, and actually right here is where it gets really dark too, as the skin turns down from this top area into the finger underneath palm and palm or whatever. Spread this out a little bit. I kind of want this to be a little more of S curve or whatever curve that is. More like a C curve. I don't know, kind of S curve. Whatever. One of the curves, just one of the little more curved. Because if I go like this, no, I want it to come just a little bit. Okay, so like that. Add some there. Add some shading. To there. Now we got some foreshortening here. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this in a bit more of an S curve on this too. There. This is where we'll say that the OBS disconnected again. I got a notification of disconnected. So here, and then yeah, so top of the forearm, and this technically would come out maybe like a little bit more, so we can get that in there. Yeah, there's a little bit of an S curve as it starts to turn in from the forearm, like bone area. I guess forearm. I don't know what you call that. Forearm structural area, the bone area. We have We have that part right here, and then underneath is where we start to see the thinking. Oh, hold on, let me see. Further away. I think. Let me try this. It's not reading well enough. Okay, that's a little better. It's probably a little bit off with the proportions here. Our perspective, I mean. But we can kind of see that the fist is covering up the forearm here. We kind of see that this forearm right here becomes, this turns into the, basically it becomes like a little chicken leg is kind of how you remember this structure. I'm trying to get a good wrapping line there. Okay, yeah. So fist, hand is covered by the fist but foreshortened. Forearm is uh behind this. It's being foreshortened. It's kind of, I need to actually, what I need to do, I think, is maybe needs to go a little bit more. Still want the S curve, still want all that. Just maybe a little bit more. Yeah, something like that. Technically, a little bit more. A little bit. Maybe we just take all this and just twist it a bit more. Okay, something like that. And then from here, I want it to be getting smaller, but at the same time, need a different angle. Okay, so also, so yeah, basically at some point this form becomes structure. It turns from being structural, which is kind of what we'd have here, is like a box, and then it would start to turn into this chicken leg shape here, and that's kind of what we're starting to see right here. So you have the structure of this rectangle cube, rectangular cube, I guess, and then you have this box that you can kind of make here, and then you start to on top of the box you just kind of insert the box into this weird chicken leg looking shape. And that's how you build a forearm. And this one's at perspective, so it helps to have the wrapping lines, so you can kind of actually see what you're doing. Oops, wrong hotkey. Something like that. Underneath on the bottom, as we're getting really that heavy plane change here with the harsh lighting, this is where all the bottom of the hand would belong. In that, you can carve that. Make it a little bit more angular. Okay. You can kind of see the fist in here. Um, yep, spent another way too much time on this, but it's fine. And then the quick little value wash in here so we can get. Do I have the value? Nope, I don't have it in there. Just quick value wash so we can get some more in here. Some more value in here from to separate the uh, just like the knuckles and things like that. The parts that are going to be a little darker, on more on skin texture than anything, or yeah, just skin discoloration stuff like that. So just a quick little wash on this. Give it a little bit around the knuckles. So at this variation, I think this is where it's going to be. Here and like here, 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 and then off to the side, and add some just the values just because it's going to be darker in general. Cool. Maybe a little bit of shading in those crevice areas. We won't shade the crevices, but we can add some shading to inform the more of the construction of the hand. And I think maybe that is good. Cool. Yeah, and then maybe some back here, but I kind of don't want to put too much emphasis on the form, even though I do kind of like how the form came out. I don't put too much emphasis on the form because then it starts to take away from the rest of the drawing. So we'll take this. We're gonna go ahead and merge these two together, and then I'm just gonna lightly erase. So we can see that the forearm is fading off into the distance a bit. Less emphasis on it because it's not the important piece of this piece here. Okay, not the worst. Took too long still, but not that bad. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Wanted to commit to that. Cool. Okay, looks like a fist, I think, kinda. So that was the goal. All right, and we are saying this one is, what is this one? This one is, what am I looking there for? It's 6. 6. All right. No. Oh, wow, 6. Now we're going to 7. It's crazy. Just I think I can add a little bit there to darken that. Okay, cool. Like that better. Just going to actually just fully dark on those values. Yeah, I think that's cooler. I dig that. Maybe even bringing that back a little bit. Yeah, actually like that. Okay, cool. Oh, I haven't saved this? That's crazy. Hmm. I think I have a stream. Yeah. Cool. Buddies. Ends. Okay. All right. That's 6 out of 100. Basically, you know, basically 50% there. Okay, what are we doing now? Let's do a. How hard do we want to go? Um. Okay, we'll do a simple one. I like this one. Okay, so, and this, this, palm. Okay, thumb, like this. I think we're gonna say it's kind of like this for the wrist. Comes in, down like this. So bringing the wrist at a little bit of an angle. So this is, if it's gonna be, we're kind of above the wrist, so it's actually gonna be wrapping like this. Something like that. And okay. 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 Fingers. So actually, so I kind of want this to go back this way. I want this finger to be less steep, but go still go that way, but less steep. I want this one to come a little forward, and be a little bit less. Yeah, be a little bit less angled than the others. And then pinky, we're going to get to come from right here there. Let's do this. This and then connects there. overlap. Okay. So now we gesture wise, this is basically what it would look like. This is what I would draw if I was yeah, doing art class, whatever. Yeah, this would be what I would draw. Like that for the palm. You gotta have the wrapping lines there. That's not wrapped the right way. Take that off. Wrap. So wrapping lines. If we're gonna do wrapping lines on this, it'd be more like this. Yeah. That's more that palm. We have this right here, which is another palm or padding, or I don't know. I'm not really sure what the anatomy of the hand is called for the most part. I just know it's palm and fingers and stuff like that. Okay, so first things first, this finger. Let's find the wrapping lines of this. Have it end about right there. And then since it kind of over this ring finger overlaps this finger or the index finger in this scenario, but without it getting too complicated. Okay, and then this is here. Okay, here. And then okay, something like that. Okay, let me take this finger here and make start to erase stuff. I guess I think technically the way I should be doing this maybe is to make a sketch first, a gesture first or sketch, and then come through uh and then actually like come through and define all the stuff on while the layer is like on a lower opacity is probably the right way to do this and probably what I should be doing. That way you get gesture first, and then you can just kind of go over the gesture. You just bring it down. But we have not done that, so we'll see. Maybe next one. We'll see. Maybe next one we can do that. Test it out, see if it makes a difference. Play around with the workflows. Okay, this. Okay, cool. Okay, that doesn't look bad. Better than the last time we did a more perspective-y overlap one. I am missing. Wait, I'm missing a finger. Oh wait, no. Okay, yeah. Wait, need to define this. These are mixing in right now. Okay, so this one needs to be. I think like this is what could define it little bit more. Okay, wait. So the middle finger needs to be more defined because right now it's kind of blending in with this index finger. So index finger is gonna have to come up a little bit more, probably a little straighter, and I think middle finger is gonna have to actually come out a little bit more, exaggerated out. Even though the further away from the reference, a lot of times with stuff like this, you have to actually change it a little bit so it's more readable. Because in real life, things read uh, differently than in art. So something that reads okay in real life is not always going to read that well in art, depending on what it is. Okay. So yeah, so just need to I had to push those a little bit more, little more exaggerated. So red a little bit better. And I still am thinking I kind of want to bring this ring finger, not ring finger, index finger, a little bit more forward. We should bring it to about, see if it's this way. So it hinges right here. So this is the finger right here. Then we're gonna be going about, so yeah, so start right here, and we're gonna start. Now we're gonna go up to like right here, hinge it about like right there. I don't know if I want to hinge it all the way out there. Or maybe like right there. I think I like that. Okay, so this one's gonna come here. If it comes, it's gonna be more, or now I'm like, let's see. So hand like this comes up. It's going to be, it's gonna be shorter. Okay, yeah, it'll be shorter because it's getting. I don't know. I don't know about that. Whatever. We'll see what that looks like. Yeah, I think that should be right. Okay, something like that. So now I'm thinking the shorter. Oh, hold on. Let me see something. I need to get some reference. Okay, so if they were like this one's like this. No, yeah, it would hinge up. It needs to be tall. It needs to be taller. That tall though. Eight. This and then I don't know, something like that. Like this. I think this needs to be bent up more. So okay, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so go ahead and erase. I'm gonna erase this. And we're gonna keep this bent the way it was, like this, and then it's gonna just be more bent up instead of just straight back. So instead of being straight back like this, it's gonna bend at this knuckle that's around right here and just kind of come like that, and like that. There we go. It's good enough. Okay. Clean all this up. Started to get a little messy with all the revisions here. Okay. And then we are looking at it about like right there. So this is that. This is almost like that. This is like that. This would be like that. This is would have been more like this, but now it's kind of more straight. Like that, really subtle. It came up a little bit more. Just kind of it's bending up more like that. Okay. All right. Then this here. Okay. Nice. Okay. And then we're gonna head overlap here, overlap here. Okay. Bring this up right here. Cool. Palm, and then yeah, this is about. We'll call that one about done. I think just to there's a cast shadow by this that I think is important to get in. Maybe hmm, maybe if we take this cast shadow like that, cool. Illusion, illusion, and then yeah, I think I need to be doing some sketch layer first, and then going over it because that might prevent it from getting so overworked and messy. This one, I mean, I think maybe. Okay. Like that. Keep that palm in there. Okay, and then quick value wash. Nope, not that. Cool. Time is it 10? Damn. Okay, let's do a value wash on this. All right. Bring that in. This is one where I would like to give the fingers a little bit of a darker value to them. Just kind of and pull it just kind of down pull it down into the rest of the finger. Just the tips. Just make it a little darker. Give the palm a little bit of color. Get around there. Bottom of palm. And okay, at least like I feel like it's getting slightly better from when we started. So I think it's at least like coming through a little bit more. Oh, okay. We can power through these. At least three more. But good practice still though. Ooh, what is that? Oh, switched to ZBrush accidentally. Cool. Yeah, so at least powering through, I think what do we got? I think 7 is is pretty good. I actually do like the fist a lot more now looking at it. Yeah, I think the fist is pretty decent. Kind of has a little more flow in there. Let's see. 7, I do think that for being a more challenging one again, like we did kind of with 4, I do think that 7 looks okay. Let's see. Um, yeah, I don't like 2. Looking at that one, not my favorite. Ooh, don't want to do that. Oh, couple. Nope. Just trying to grab my. Oh, dumb. That's why that's breaking. Okay, cool. So, 5 is okay. I like the bottom of the fingers on 5, like the where you can see it's actually turning in the Like in the plane turn right there. I think I do like that. Uh, I guess looking at four, it's not as bad as I thought it was when I was working on it. I think I definitely think that it's was more of a struggle than it actually kind of turned out looking as bad as it didn't turn out looking as bad as I struggled on it, I guess. I can see what's going on there for the most part. I do like three. I think three is cool. I do think six is my favorite though. And seven's okay. Seven's cool. Seven felt like it wasn't as much of a struggle. Okay. Well, let's keep going. What are we pulling up now? Oh, oops. I guess this needs to go on this screen. Let's see. Should we try something harder? Yeah, we're gonna try something harder for this one because what would be the point if it wasn't hard? Okay, so this one's gonna be holding something. Okay, this. Okay, you know what? Actually, try this again. Cool. So, okay, okay. So, fingers, fingers, finger. Cool. Finger, finger. Uh, finger. Oof. Um. All right, and then this one's holding a ball that's being compressed too. So we're dealing with both anatomy uh of the hand and then the compression also. So hitting multiple angles on this one. Okay, and then that comes up in the palm a little bit. Okay, and so this is gonna have this come out a little bit more like that. Okay, being compressed. Ball being compressed. Okay, cool. Okay. So ball being compressed. This in here. Okay. This is here. This. Okay, so then this finger needs to come out more. And like that. And this is not very, yeah. This it's only something that they can do in non-traditional to be non-traditional drawing. Digital drawing is nice because you can make the changes a lot. But if I was doing this traditionally, I might actually be measuring things a little bit more, which is probably also a better way to do this. Uh, Overall, to go a little slower and measure more. Definitely the way that older artists back in the day had to do it. But we have digital, so we're gonna go ahead and just erase and undo a lot. The undo button is definitely something that is both one of the best parts of digital and probably one of the parts that does uh, make things a little bit less uh, makes things a little messier because you're not too worried about messing up because you can just undo and redo the lines over and over again, which is good when you're trying to make art, but also it just it allows you to be a little bit messier. So like a challenge to not have to undo be crazy. Some people do it though before. It's tough. It is definitely tough to do that though. Okay, this feels like we kind of have the form of the hand figured out, or roughed out, not figured out, roughed out. I think maybe the thumb we can make a little bit more. We can get it out more like this. Actually, coming all the way to maybe right there. Okay, and then cool. Okay, so something like this. Make this a bit more. Yeah, like it's being compressed. Okay, so that's the ball being compressed. This actually needs to be coming in like this. Okay, like this. This pinky needs to come out more this way. Right? Yeah. Oof. Whoop. I knew it was gonna be a tough one. Ooh. Wait. Hold on. Over. Just kind of clean things up. This is over. Just kind of clean things up. This is like what I was mentioning when I said that we probably need to start with the sketch and then come through. I think this is essentially that, or it's kind of essentially the same thing, except that we're just doing it on one layer. Technically, if we were doing this for real, we'd probably want to do this on 2 layers. But yeah, it's just basically it's kind of like whenever in traditional art, when I'm doing that, if there's a area or if there's, it's usually like you want to start with the sketch out, just kind of roughly sketch things in, and then if you take your eraser and just kind of go through with a kneaded eraser or something like that, and pull it back, or you just take your smudge stick and just go through and pull back the some of the values, get it lighter just so you have the outline. The I guess essentially it's essentially like an underpainting in also in I guess traditional painting also as well, because that will also incorporate a lighter underlayer that you paint all your uh you paint over, and usually you rough out like shapes and rough values in the underpainting, and then you kind of go over it with it after. So it'll be similar. It's similar to that, and that is, I think, technically the probably a more correct way to do it. I mean, there's no correct way, but it is, uh, I think, cleaner at least, especially if you're not like super clean from the get go, like me. Some artists can probably, I mean, I know some artists can just draw and immediately just make things look good. That is not me, at least not right now. I like to be. I work better if it's a little messier, and as I can kind of figure things out and build it on there, because I think that's because I started in 3D and I did a lot of stuff in ZBrush, and ZBrush is good for something like that. You just start roughing out the shape and then figure it out as you go. It's a good way. It is still a good way to design. Okay, yeah, I think it looks a lot better. I think just doing that first initial uh, blocking to get some sort of gesture and form in there, and then coming through and just clean more in a more clean way once the form has already started to be figured out. Um, then you come through and then figure out all the more defined shapes. I think that helps. I think that helped. But yeah, because essentially it's like yeah, essentially it's also like when you do a lot of like when you're doing like a full art piece in digital. A lot of times what you do is you sketch out, you get a really rough sketch, and you get like a few sketches like thumbnail. You get a few thumbnails, you get a few sketches in. Uh, you define those sketches, or you find the shape or the form or whatever it is that you like in those rough sketches, and you can get messy. You can do whatever you do just to get the idea, the composition, all that. But once you do this thumbnailing and those rough sketches, then usually you take it in there. You take it in after, and you do like a clean sketch, or you do a. I guess you start doing your line art. I think you do like a clean sketch first. I think thumbnailing, ideation, and all that is its own stage. Then after that, you can do like a value rough sketch and cleaner sketch, or value rough value, clean up the sketch, whatever you can do. I guess you can do as many ideation and sketching layers as you need, but essentially really rough. You start really rough, you improve the really rough sketch with like a more refined either value sketch or just a cleaner sketch. Then from there, once you have that, that's when you start getting to the more interesting part of like uh, doing your line art, which is the part that a lot of people don't like to do, because I think, and I do get it, like in the line art, you do get a you do like lose a lot of energy. I think that's what a lot of people like Sam does arts now, because his style is very sketchy the whole way through, and you leave a lot of that lines, a lot of that, like those rough lines. So it does add some character. I think it's easy to get into the trap though of that he's a very good artist. So uh, and nobody likes, and people don't like to do online art also because it's just because it's not the most fun piece either. A lot more you have to be a lot more defined about it, so it's not as fun to do. So when you have to spend more time on it, or whatever, it's not as fun. So it's easier to be like, oh well, I can make my sketch look messy and it still looks good, like some of the other artists I see. And that's true to a certain degree, but a lot of the other artists are just really good artists, and they've been doing it for a long time the right way, or like longer way, so they can pull off the messier sketch easier. Because I know I've been in that same mindset too, with keeping things messy. But my dog is mad. She's not in here right now. Um, But but yeah, it's easy to get stuck in that trap where you are trying to be messy with their sketches like some of the other more artists that have been doing it for a long time. But the only reason that they can do it that way is because they've done all the work to get it, you know, to to allow the work to be messy and in a way that still works with the actual composition and everything. Yeah, something that I also have to be wary of sometimes. Cool. Okay. I wish I could emphasize that squish a little bit more in here. Okay. More of that highlight in there on this thing, this material. It's like a squishy transparency that would be definitely interesting to render out, but we're not trying to get that complicated with this one. Cool. So, okay, this is gonna have to do for this one. Yeah, good enough for this one. Squishing something. Bone. Okay. Not as. Yeah, that one's tough. That one's not as great looking, but I think it's also because that ball that I was referencing is the material is pretty specific on that. So I think if I was wanted to do this better, I would have to actually either fully ignore the material or really lean into the material. Looks kind of like you can kind of tell it's a ball. I think maybe making it a little bit just choosing a little bit of a darker value on it because I think it's not really working if it's not if it even though technically the real material is brighter and stuff. I think it won't work unless we're really sitting there rendering the material like we should do for this one. What else did I want on this one? I think did want to kind of cut some of the wanted to kind of cut some of the crevices a bit more defined. Cool. All right. Cool. 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 All right. That's good enough for that one. For that guy. Actually, one last little thing. This is a plane change right here. We're changing planes right here, so we need to kind of mark that in. Not super defined, but yeah, just enough. And then on this side, I think too, we'll just mark that in and maybe a little bit more there. Okay, good enough for that one. That's 8. 2 more. All right, what are we doing for the next one? Next one, next one. Ooh, cigarette in hand. We're doing that one. Okay. Try to be a little faster about this. What am I doing? Yeah, let's take 7, 8, 9. No, 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 not 9. 6, 7, 9. Or 6, 7, 8. Bring that up a little bit more. Cool. Okay, now for 9, we're gonna go ahead and do a cigarette in a hand. Everybody's favorite artsy drawing to do. Okay. Okay. This. The finger about right there. This one's coming in about like right there. Bring that back. Bring this one back. Cigarettes just look so cool though on anything. Sucks that they're so bad for you because they do look cool. I know. Anytime I've ever had a cigarette, I always feel so much cooler. You know. And when I was in Japan, they had really cool cigarettes there too, and they smoke a lot different too, like a lot more over there. But it was so cool. Okay. Cigarette. Okay, this. All right, this is gonna be going away, so it should be cigarettes coming up like this. The cylinder like this needs to be going away from the camera in perspective. Um, that's that. That's that. It's that thumb right here. Cool. And here is this is the in a sleeve, hoodie sleeve probably, and in the hoodie sleeve inside a hoodie. Let's get that edge in of the hoodie. Hoodie. Edge in of the hoodie. Hoodie, that's a weird. More I say it, the weirder it sounds. Hoodie. Okay, so edge in here. Just quick blocking of the value of the dark value that's there. Um so this technically the bottom plane here. Go right there. Something like that for the hoodie. Something like so. Bottom plane. No, wait. Oh no. Bottom plane. Top plane. Like that. Okay, something like that. Uh, bottom plane. Bottom plane. something like that. Okay. Cool. Yeah, and this. Oh, not that. Cool. Okay. Got that. Okay. So now we have this roughed in. Um, this. Rough that finger in. Rough that finger in. The thumb right here. Thumb in. Okay. Okay. From right here. Okay. Figured. Okay. Like this. I'm not even really paying attention to what. I'm not planning this out as much. I'm just kind of drawing, hoping for the best on this one now. On these fingers, just making decisions without really thinking too much about it. Kind of letting it flow. After that's kind of when, that's why practicing. That is also why practicing. What do you call it? Practicing all your forms and your perspective and your regular shapes or just your really basic shapes is important because once you get them down enough, um, and I'm still not the best. I'm not like saying I'm great at it or anything like that, but once I started doing it more, and it sucked, and I had to sit down and actually learn, or just like really like sit there and think about what I was doing for a lot. I had a whole notebook, whole sketchbook that I filled up with just yeah, with just perspective and regular shapes, like cubes, cylinders, ellipses, just doing all of that over and over and over again for one whole sketchbook, every day. Just not every day, but you know, for a while until I filled it up. It took a little while. That was I think the first sketchbook I filled up though. Um, was just all those simple shapes, and that's kind of it's boring and it sucks, but it does help so much. Because I remember after that not that I'm still again like not that I'm great at it, but I do remember being like, oh, I can turn this in my head. I can kind of turn this into one of those primitive shapes. Primitives, that's the right word. Primitives are the ones that the most important shapes. But yeah, after I practiced a lot on those, it was a lot easier. I could actually feel how much easier it was to turn things around, move them around, and how much more really what the coolest part is that how much you can do stuff just from imagination after that, because it really is like the fundamental building block for a lot of drawing, and then for imagination where you don't really you're just kind of not drawing from exact copying of reference and all that. um it You kind of need to have some sort of fundamental um idea of what turning a shape or putting something in to a shape, that you can basically like a little formula that you can use, like you kind of need that to be able to do stuff for imagination, because without it then you're just trying to draw like all like trying to draw a person just in full anatomy and everything. It just doesn't work, especially if you need to turn it and stuff like that, draw a head at a different angle than what the reference is. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Cool. I feel like those fingers, like they're not great, but I feel like not perfect or whatever, but I definitely feel like I am happier with how these are coming out. Feels like I knew what I'm doing a little bit on them. Like they definitely feel like they feel like shapes. I don't know, like in the right perspective or something. And I think this is in the. I think this piece is not in the right perspective, 100%. But yeah, because they. Yeah, if I was doing this the same way, it would need to be like that, more to the side. I think I'm going to leave it though. I do kind of like that this is coming out a little bit more, and I like that. I think it feels more like it's coming to the camera. So I'm gonna leave that cigarette. Leave that cigarette like that. Uh, Coming more towards the camera. I think the perspective on that is cool. Cool. And something like that. The light is coming from the top, so basically, yeah. So the light's coming from the top. Cinder is lighter as is, but you can really see like the crevices that are in cinder, or the cinder, or the ash at the end. You can see it more there, but from the top, light's hitting it there. This plane on this side is a little different. This is not a lit cigarette at all. You can definitely see that. Yeah, you can definitely see it's not a lit cigarette at all. In this reference, definitely posing for this picture. Okay, let me see if I can. Just have to draw all of that. Cool. Okay, I'm cool with that. Let's go ahead and just make the filter a different color, just so it reads as a cigarette, not like a blunt or something like that. See a little bit more here. Cool. Yeah, actually, I'm liking how these fingers came out. They're exaggerated in a way that makes me feel better about them. Yeah. Cool. No, I actually kind of dig that. Man, it's crazy how much I realize I don't talk on a, because I work remotely, so I don't talk that much during the day. Just from like the little amount that I've talked during all this, I can definitely feel the strain. Cool. Definitely something to get used to. Okay, digging that. Um, I was gonna do this as a sketch, but I kind of like how it's turning out. Where's my mouse? There it is. Okay, let me go ahead and okay. Um, that's there. Let me go ahead and just get the shading in. The plane changes. Shading for plane changes. Needs to be have a little bit of a shade there, a little plane change there. Side, these right here. All of this is a little bit because yeah, this light is coming from this. Light's coming from this way. Up and down to the right. Up and down to the right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so like these sides are not getting hit, really. This isn't getting hit. It's just the. Wait. What did I say? It comes up and down to the right? That's not right. I don't think that's right. It is not that, because if it was that, it would be hitting. No, it is that, because it's hitting here. It's hitting here. Not hitting here. Hitting here. Hitting. It's hitting the tips. Yeah. Okay. And it's just not hitting anywhere on the other side. So anywhere around here, it's not hitting. That's facing away from that side. It hits this. It's this. Yeah. Because it's coming from this way. Yeah, it has to be. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure about that now. But yeah, something like that. It's hidden somewhere. It's coming from above, at least. I can tell you that. I do think it's coming from this way, but maybe a little more straight on than if I showed. No, because then on the upper. Oh, the cigarette's there. It's like up because here it's not hitting. So, like up, down, right. Yeah, it's like right here it's hitting, so it's like this. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't know. Something close to that. Okay. This needs to be a little bit darker. Okay. We're gonna take this and do a wash on this. Okay, so adding all this value in here, kind of going for the shadow, but not wasn't the original intention. But I'm kind of ended up reinforcing some of the shadow. I think here I'm gonna have to reinforce the shadow because it's such a big, deep shadow that it really separates the hand from the interior of the hoodie. So I'm gonna have to like really reinforce that here. Cool. All right, reinforcing that here. Um, cool. All right, so reinforcing that here. And then I kind of want to give the fingers that value from just having it. I think the thumb needs a lot of that. Tips. Gonna bring that in. Added some value to the finger there. Bring some of that to the I don't know. It's diffused light. Can't tell. I'm looking at it again. Can't tell. Not for us to worry about right now. We're copying the reference. Okay. Cigarette. Okay. Also need to fill some of that in. And this bottom plane here on this over here's a bottom plane. Roughly draw some like the rest of the let's keep this. Okay, actually gonna go ahead and now that we've done this, we're gonna go ahead and bake this down or merge this down. Ooh, not that. Give that loose there. Loose shading. Yeah, we'll give it a little bit. A little bit of smoke. Even though it was definitely not lit in the reference. Give it a little bit of something. Keep it interesting. And then a little more discoloration along the edge. Turn that dark black into a little bit more of a stained black on where it's starting to burn. Cool. Yeah, so let's do that. Cool. That's in there. Cool. Super, it's there. Cool. Um, cool. Okay, shading a little bit there. I don't want to bring this down. Why are these shifted? I don't know what's up with that. Need to fix that. This. What am I working with? I am not working with my main one. That's why it feels so soft. There we go. Okay. This. Okay. Messy, messy. Cool. Right, and then we're just gonna go ahead and bring that plane in there. Okay. Bring in that darkness inside the hoodie again. All right. Yeah, super messy. Probably should have gone through and um should have gone through and erased and then uh built back up like I said I was gonna do. I think it wouldn't have been as messy, but you know, I think it's okay for what it is. So this is going to be this is what is this? This is 9. 9. Oh, man. Okay. 9. All right, then that means that this next one is going to be the last one. Going to be number 10. All right, let's see. What are we doing for number 10? We can do something hard. We can do something easy. We have to do something a little hard. Maybe not that hard. Something that feels also not like what we've done. Something little gesture. Yeah, let's see. Feel like yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do this one. Okay, I got one that I'm gonna do. Okay, so this one. Did I make a new layer? Did not make a new layer. That would be bad. Done that before. Okay, so doing the one that's gonna have a gesture. So like this. Okay. Like this, a thumb there. This is going to be fingers. I like the rhythm of having one that's the middle is being smaller. This is here. This one, and then okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. Like this. Like this. Right. This is that piece there. I'm gonna go ahead and take all this and we're just gonna bring it up a bit. Cool. Cool. Right. Okay. This is two, I think. This thumb. Nope, not that. This thumb can come down maybe like this. And then, honestly, maybe out a little bit more still. But down overall. Just very, feels like a very straight line that's in this part. Something like that. You want to avoid straight lines if you can. Well, that's not true. Straight lines are good, but you want to make sure it's offset by something else. This feels like it needs to be a lot longer. I think maybe bringing this up to like this. Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay, bring back the thumb. Okay, cool. Um, okay, cool. Okay, so have this roughed out mostly. Okay, and then this roughed out mostly. Cool. I think the proportions on this thumb are a little bit too long. Oops, no. That maybe. Give her a sec right there. Control D. Okay. Something like that. Okay. So I think this was similar to, yeah, this is like similar to what my, I think my college little symbol was. Okay. Cool. This nice. Okay. That is cool. Okay, did that. Okay, so have that. All right, so then I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and keep this like we did before. Keep it simple. Low opacity. Let's go and lighten this whole layer. Cool. Lighten this whole layer. We could have done with opacity, but we did not because we're keeping this all in the same area. Since they are just messy sketches. Okay, this is coming right here. This is where that knuckle is. We're going to just slightly account for that. Keep this not as exaggerated as it was. Going out to the side, not as hitchhiker thumb, you know? But enough to do this. Okay, kind of the overlap here. Important to get overlaps in there. So overlap there of the skin coming over that, and then we have the we'll do that as a straight to get that, and then we're going to do fingers. Okay, finger like this, bring this in like that. I think keep it a little bit. Yeah, keep it a little bit more squared off, just because these like especially are very squared. Okay, and then you got that like this. It overlaps this. Finger overlaps here. Yeah, I do actually do like the workflow a lot better when I think when yeah, when you rough it in first and then quickly after just come through and clean up those lines. I think it helps really get the shapes and everything in there initially. But I just leave just leave it a little bit. Uh, what's that? I don't know what that is. Just you just kind of leave the old shape just roughly sketched in still. Not don't get rid of it completely. Everything builds up. I think it helps bring in some of the values too. Okay, so this like this. It's just a lot cleaner. Really a lot cleaner like this. Okay, well, that's funny. My brother's in the background, screaming like a monkey. Next door. The next room over. Okay, cool. So have that cast shadow in there. Why is there a black screen? Is there a black screen? Dang. Okay. I did not know that. Hey Kai. Oh, my bad. Let me see. Is it all completely black screen or is it just a can't see anything. Nice. Okay. Well, that would have been good to know a while back. Cool. Okay, let me see if I can fix that. Cool. Thanks for letting me know though. That is not something my streaming software picked up. Let's see. Which one's dropping? 1.9. Let's see what's going on with this. Yeah, YouTube. It's Twitch then. Okay. On my end, my Twitch, I can see the screen. On my YouTube, let's see. Weird. I can see it on my end. I'll have to reset it after this. That's weird though. I'll have to look into that. I'm not sure what's causing a black screen. On viewers end. I'm not sure. Yeah, sorry, KK. I'm not. I can see it on my devices. I don't know if maybe it's just because, like, if I check my phone, I can see it on there. I don't know if maybe it's just because it's coming from my account. Let's see. Oh no, dude. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Weird. I can see it on my end. I'll have to look at some of my settings though. There's probably something on there. Um, that's something with the OBS setup. But yeah, no, dude. Sorry about that. I'll definitely look into it. Still first stream, so for not it's first stream after the initial test stream, so there's probably some kinks that I got to work out. I know there's definitely kinks I got to work out, so it's on the list of stuff now. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. Uh, I've definitely seen that there's been some frames drop and stuff like that, so it might be related. So I have to go review. I'll have to definitely review the. I'll definitely have to review the AL's 27. Hi. Hey, how's it going? Hey, are you able to see the screen on your end? And I've had some other chatters say that the screen's dark. So, still one of the first sessions I'm doing. So, some kinks I gotta work out for sure. Cool. So, we have this hand here. Just roughly shading in some texture, some shading. And let's do a wash on this. It's like an audiobook. Yeah, I mean, shoot, I don't know. I've been listening to a lot of audiobooks lately. I don't think I have an audiobook voice, not that Michael Kramer voice. No, but that's weird. I genuinely am not sure what's happening on that end. I'll see if I can recreate it after this. But just to give you a visual, I am making a hand, and I've been doing that. This is the 10th hand. Well, thank you about that. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know how much I agree, but I appreciate that. I appreciate that that you are have committed to watching or to staying at it on a stream where you can't see anything. On a very visual stream too. I do appreciate that. All right, doing some shading on the cast shadow. Really light shading on this one, but I kind of like that. But I'm still gonna do a wash on this. Need to get at least some value on the fingers. How many more hands to go? Well, let's see. So the plan is to eventually do 100. So we can say that we're almost there. We're at 10. So, you know, basically like like what is that? It's like, 50% there. More like 10% there, but but no, this is something that I do for my like just to practice on my own. I'll start a session where I just do a bunch of hands for and I'll keep it going for a while. Never yeah, almost done. Yeah. But I'm never finishing all in one go. Um Genuinely thought I would be faster though. Like I genuinely was like, yeah, I can probably knock out at least 30 today or something. But it's been a little while since I'm a little out of practice. So getting back in the swing of things. But yeah, a lot usually like to do this just to get some good anatomy, uh, like anatomy stuff going, or anatomy practice in. So studying, and you get some perspective also with with all the overlaps that fingers do. Um, and then just building up forms and shading and hatching the forms. It pretty much hits everything that you use in any sort of drawing. So I do like to do hands to get practice in. You stream on YouTube? Yeah, I am on YouTube also, and it's the name is probably the same thing as it is on here. Let me see. Where's my Twitch chat? Um, where is Twitch chat? Let me see. I can put the link in there. Yeah, nice. But yeah, no, I just started streaming. I did it a long time ago in the past, but I just started streaming again just to get back to the swing of things and have something to hopefully build more of a community with some other artists and things like that. Since get a lot of I don't get to interact with too many other artists in my day to day, so it was fun in the past when I had a little community. So that's kind of what inspired me to start looking into it again. But slowly building it back up, slowly working through all the issues. Because yeah, there's gonna be a few. Let's see. Yeah, this is. I think that goes it. Nope. Let's try it like this. My chat is not connected. Archimedes, yeah, Archimedes is so cool. Um, it's 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 really cool, especially to see what everybody else creates, because I think that's part of um what makes doing art like fun too. I think that's where you get better ideas too, is when you have other artists uh that you work with, or that you kind of see what they do, and even if you don't work with them directly, you at least like will knock ideas around with each other, and you get inspiration and things like that. So I've that's something I've always liked, and I like doing in the past, but something I haven't had for a little while. So that was kind of the idea of starting this up again. But yeah, so slowly figuring out the issues, figuring out how to get everything set up without it crashing. Um, it's weird. I think OBS might have disconnected my Twitch somehow, so that might be why. In one of the services, that might be what's causing part of it. Unless I have like two streams going on Twitch somehow. I wonder if that's a thing. But yeah, uh, there'll be there'll be there'll probably be some other technical difficulties as we kind of go through more of more of the streams, but I think I can fix a lot of it. Hopefully. What was I doing? Train of thought. It's gone. Okay, yeah. Fixing this. Go. Hey, is it working on YouTube? Uh, His screen here, but not there. Weird. Okay. No, definitely need to look into that. Uh yeah, streaming, that's the least fun part about it is trying to figure out all the technical stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and merge these. This isn't good enough. Some of those harsh lines out of there. And then maybe slight value over. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you like it. This is, what is this? This is number 10. I think we'll call it there on this one, so I don't push it too much further. 10. Yeah, thanks. This is, I think, starting to get into the swing. I mean, it took me like what 3 hours to get into the swing to do these, but started to get in the swing. I struggled in the beginning, definitely warming up, and then I think three, I'm okay with this one. I think that had a good flow, had a good gesture to it. Um, four was horrible to make, and I struggled with that a lot. That's where I was like, I can't draw. I forgot how to do it. Five was okay. I like six a lot, but fists are just kind of cool. They're easy to do because they're just simple, uh, kind of cubes basically. Seven was cool. You want to so It's so cool. Yeah, I like the three. I do like gestures a lot. When I'm drawing, like if I'm doing gestures, I like this. This is the type of hand that I do. Like I'll go to art classes to like do poses and like quick gestures and drawings and things like that. And usually like this is like the drawing, like the type of gesture that I like to draw when the models are up there. And usually it's just something like real quick too. When you're in an art class like that, it's like this and then like that, something like that, like real quick, and you just kind of get the flow in there. And then you do like just wrapping lines and all that. But yeah, I think that it's really cool to have like a good gesture going, something like that. Yeah, I think that's why hands are one of my least favorite things to draw, but at the same time are still one of my favorite things to draw because you can get so expressive with them. Um, I think that's like when you have like a character or something like that, like uh you can really get the yeah, like you can really get like those expressions in the character by doing the hands. So they're fun to draw, and I think usually I can draw them like when I draw stuff like I usually end up just doing them in gesture, not even taking it this far. For most that I've done on these, usually it's just gesture, and just quickly kind of getting something in there to have an expression added to your character. Um, but yeah, hands are cool and hard. Like I do a lot of 3D stuff too, and I've done a lot of 3D hands, and that was always so hard and so, but like still, like really important to like any character and things like that. Let's see, maybe do I can grab one more. See if I can get this one. Oh, that one's too close to the other one. Let me see if I can find a better one. Something. Okay, this is a hard angle. Let's try this. Okay, we're going to 11. So this one's gonna be like this. A little more space. Okay, let's put all of these we've done so far. We're gonna go ahead and group all of them. First 10, and we'll just squash them for now. Nope. Ooh, but yeah. So anyway, thanks for stopping by. Though, thanks for committing to uh to moving platforms because the other one didn't work. That's pretty cool. But what else do you like to do? Do you draw? Oh, thanks for the subscription. I didn't just saw that. Thank you. We also have a Discord that I'm trying to build up if you were interested in joining. It's somewhere on the in the descriptions. around. I can't 100% say where I put it. But yeah, but what else do you like to do? Okay, so our thumb is really expressive in this one. We're gonna go up this way, this way, this way, and this way. So kind of get those fingers in there. Middle finger needs to be longer. All right, so idea is to go start with this gesture, get this in there. We're gonna get the hand in there because it's coming like this. We'll get a wrapping line around like this. The thumb, I want to actually bring the thumb. I'm gonna take the thumb, bring it out a little bit more to widen up that gesture, and then I'm gonna keep the wrapping lines there instead. So thumb goes into the palm. No, wait, no, yeah. Keep this like this. A wrapping line like here for the index finger. Something like that. The palm of the thumb is going to go right around here. The other side of the palm, like that, and then okay, like that, and then this is the top side of the hand. Okay. Top side of the hand, and then if we are coming from the top side of the hand here, then this is going to be the forearm. That. Keep the wrapping lines. Thumb comes up. Like that. Okay, cool. Seeing it, seeing it. And then arm, bicep ish around there. Something like that. Like something like that. Cool. 10. I try to draw. I don't use Discord. That's all good. I was fascinated by artists because you can kind of bring imagination to life. Yeah, it's cool. That's the fun part about art. Um. Yeah. No. It's cool to be able to bring things in your head just into some form that you can actually interact with. I think that's my favorite part about it. And especially that's like one of the things that I did study for a while was um like uh simple forms, like regular shapes and stuff like that, because you can actually, once you learn how to like draw cubes and circles and cylinders and in a bunch of different angles, you can actually do stuff in your imagination a little bit more. And that was one of the reasons I spent a decent amount of time learning all that stuff, so I could make some more stuff from imagination. Still learning, or always still learning. That's kind of the cool thing about art too. You never stop. Um, but cool. Like, what? You said you try to draw. What do you try to draw? Okay, get that finger in. Finger, finger. Okay, cool. All right, liking the expressiveness of this hand. Wrapping lines, so we can keep that orientation squared away. Cool. Okay. Cool. Okay. That looks like a hand. Wrapping lines around the palm a little bit. Cool. And something like that. Cool. Let's see. Try to draw random characters from anime, webtoon, stuff like that. I give up because I can't draw anything. Nah, don't give up. Uh, it's that's like the part that like that's the part that makes you an artist. You know, it's you're gonna make a lot of bad stuff. Always throughout like any point of your skill, you're always gonna be making stuff that you're gonna hate. But what like really sets it makes you an artist is pushing through all the stuff that you're gonna hate. And there'll be a lot. Like you're gonna never feel like you can draw uh as an artist, but it eventually you get better. And I think that like one of the best things that I got for or that I found for being able to feel like I'm making progress is getting like a sketchbook and keeping sketchbooks around. So when whenever I draw, it's in the sketchbook, and then while you're working on things and making notes and learning and all that, it doesn't feel like you're improving. But then if you go back like you go back in like a year or a few months, then you see you see the actual progress you made, and it feels like, oh, okay, like you are moving in the right direction. Let's see. I did draw a character I was proud of, but I basically traced it. I mean, tracing is still good to do. I mean, it's it it's how you learn to do things too. You learn that's how you learn forms and stuff like that. Copying other artists is how you learn, and especially in the beginning. But that's cool. But do you have a picture of of the character you drew? Uh, I'd say post in the Discord, but you don't have Discord, so I don't know. You have a place you can link to? Be cool to see. Also, I also have a Discord. I don't know if well, I guess that's different though. It's a different vibe. And it's not Discord, Instagram. That's what I meant. Okay, got some fingerless gloves on this dude. I'm gonna bring this down a little bit more. Another book, buddy. Court is well, that's cool. I mean, you should find the book. But at least you have a physical drawing you can keep and reference later on. But yeah, I mean, if you want to draw, I think you should keep. You want to make art, I think you should keep doing it. I literally just started drawing 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, and I did 3D art for a long time because I thought I could never draw, um, and not the best at it now, but still, but I'm definitely a lot better than what I was when I was before I started drawing. I started learning. It just took some time, but I definitely am at a level that I didn't think I'd be able to get to before. So good that when I finished drawing, it turned out. Yeah, no, it really is like you'll have a lot of those that you'll be disappointed in, and you'll feel bad and like it wasn't good enough and all that. But then you'll every once in a while you'll hit one of those that is a good one that you feel proud of, and it feels really good when you do that. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, no, it's. I mean, I did have some background in like not 2D stuff, but being doing digital 3D stuff. I did still learn a lot of like anatomy and things like that, so that made it a little faster. But I mean, even just drawing lines and stuff like that, like I could not do that in the beginning. So it's not like it's definitely learnable. even if it feels like it's tough. It definitely is something you can learn. I think anybody can. But yeah, it is good. There'll be times where it's frustrating, but I think I still think it's cool to do it. And I think the good times and the pieces that you're proud of make up for the times where it feels discouraging. Yeah. Cool. So, dang. Okay. I'm glad I did this hand. I kind of like how it's turned out. Okay. Keep this light back here. So, chicken leg anatomy here. Let's see. So, the forearm is here. The bone is here. About right. But right here that it comes in. So, it's like this. Yeah. Okay. So, like this is the chicken leg drumstick analogy or whatever method to make a form, something like that. Good drawing because I love creating lore. Yeah, no, it. I think there's another person that has been popping by the streams, but he's working on like a whole world building uh, thing for D&D. But I think like being able to draw and do stuff like make art for stuff like that is super cool. That's one of the things that I want to do on the channel too. I have some uh world building stuff I've been kind of working on my own for a while, so I think it'd be cool to bring some life to some of that and share it with the channel. Probably yeah, because idea is that I've been working on some stuff in 3D, and it's still making stuff in 2D to like as a concepting. So you start with like a 2D concept, then you bring it into 3D, and then the idea is to eventually bring it into like Unreal Engine, which I've started doing a little bit of too. So then you can actually like bring your characters and things like that into Unreal Engine to actually animate them and things like that. So yeah, so maybe we'll see some more of that in the future. Okay, this is not super anatomically accurate, but it's fine. It looks like he's about to cast a very hard a DJ very hard at casting a spell. Yeah, it really does. I'm digging this one. I think the reference for this one's pretty cool. But this is also cooler angle. Like I think getting things that are in a more dynamic angle like this is cool. All right, now I'm about to do something scary. Erase everything that I've done. Cool. Now we clean it up. Circle around here. Here. No. This one doing? This one's facing this way. Let's get like this, and like this. No, that's not right. Where's the form in this? Okay, so do this. I think I need some more. Find the right angle for this one. Put that down. Okay, turn. There's the glove on this one. This. Yeah, this one has the tip there, so we can get This needs to be a little bit more flat. There we go. And then this one is okay. Okay. Still makes sense. Okay, this is the thumb. This is. I'm actually curve that up a tiny bit more. Exaggerate that a little bit. And then piece right here. Okay. That's this. This is the top of the glove here. There and then glove. Top of the hand here. This is the bottom of the glove, bottom of hand. This is going to come up front of this. This is going to go behind that. This is going to come up front. And then, yeah. So it's like something like this, like that. No. What is this? I can say we can just make these the same. This needs to come in front of this. Overlap there. This needs to go, okay. Roughly in there. Okay. Still kind of see it. S curve. That's kind of more of C. Let's do an S. Oh. Keep the wrapping lines there. Is not like the rest of the thing. Okay. So now we have this. Now let's try to shade this a little bit because this one definitely is going to need some shading to make it make sense. I think we can push this back actually a little bit more. You stream daily? Don't stream daily right now. I may stream tomorrow though. Idea is to at least keep this consistent so I don't, bottom out early and get burnt out and not do it. Just doing it twice a week is what the plan is right now. Maybe more if there's more time, but just consistently twice a week is the goal for right now, especially while we're still trying to figure out how everything's working. And right now the schedule is going to be Tuesdays, 7:30, Tuesdays and Fridays at 7:30, and then Tuesday and Wednesday may switch out, depending on my time during the week and stuff like that. So Tuesday or Wednesday at 7:30, and then Friday at 7:30 always. That's the goal right now. And then Saturday is going to be kind of like a wild card day. So if I have time, we can probably get something in Saturday too. So might do it tomorrow. But that one's more of a wild card one. At least for now. If things go well and get some, actually get a little more momentum, we might do it a little bit more often. But just in the beginning, while getting things working, keeping it light so I don't burn out. But yeah, okay, let's do a wash and then we can. What time there? It's 10:30 a.m. Oh, 10:30 a.m. Where are you at? Let's see, 10:30 a.m. Where in the world is that? Oh man, I'm bad at geographical time. Oh, right now it's 12 a.m. here, so midnight. Where are you at? I'm trying to do wash. India. Oh, India. Okay, that makes sense. Because I was like, that seems like, because we at my job we have a lot of workers that are also in India, and that makes sense with like when I'm planning out times with them for things. That's cool. Which part of India are you in? Okay, put in the light wash in here. Northwest India. Nice. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. No, the yeah, time difference is pretty big, I guess here. But I'll probably be doing some later streams too. Gujarat. Okay. I've never heard of it before. Do you like it? Do you like where you live? Like, is that or have you ever thought of living anywhere else, or do you like your home? Okay, got this initial wash in to get this fingerless glove in. We'll give a little light wash to the fingers. Okay, got those. Just a initial light wash on those. Loose coloring on that. I love it here. We got forest, desert, and ocean. That's actually really cool. Um, I know India's biomes like they have a lot of variety with it, so that's really cool. That's really nice. I'll have to look up some pictures to see what it's like there. But that sounds really cool. It sounds like a really nice place. Very chill. Nice. Okay, yeah, I'll have to definitely have to check it out after this. Okay, cool. But yeah, no, I'll try to do some. I mean, especially during the weekend, I'll probably do some later streams too. So maybe we'll still be able to drop by on those later stream days. That's cool though. Never been to India. I heard that the food is really good. There. I've seen some people that like will go through and blog the food there. So like it does seem like it would be cool to visit someday. I think the furthest I've gone, I mean, because I'm in the U.S. Uh, but the furthest I've gone, I think, is Japan. I went there last year. I think that's the furthest I've gone in that part of the world. Yeah, no, I'm really liking how this one's coming out. I think this is a good one to finish off on. Also, I think at this one I kind of started to not think about it as much and like I was in some of the others. Just get kind of stuck. Trying to figure out the form. This one felt like it flowed more naturally. Konnichiwa. Yeah. No, Japan is very cool. Definitely one of the coolest places I've been. Um, still think about it to this day, and still want to go back. It was super nice. Uh, Pretty inexpensive for us too. We went to, which was surprised, and everything was such good quality. Definitely such a nice place to visit. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that's kind of just a little messy hatching method. But I do like to do hatches. I think it's I prefer, especially when I'm doing like a quick sketch like this. I like doing the hatches because it also gives you kind of a better dimensionality to it sometimes. So like you can when you hatch one direction, it feels like everything is kind of in that same plane. So if I was gonna shade this one, not that I am because this one's in light, but if I was gonna shade this, I would start to shade this way or start to hatch this way. So then it feels like more like a box. Those two directions happening. So that's I do like hatching for stuff, especially like this, because it helps you define those planes of whatever you're working on. And it's just it's a cool way to get some shading in with just to add some texture too. But some people are really good at the hatching piece. There's some artists that like really excel at it. But yeah, some good hatching is it makes art look great. Just gotta get that rhythm in there. Let's see this down a little bit more. Darken that up a little bit. And it was a raw feeling. Yeah, no, yeah, I do think that it definitely adds some character to it. Um, there's some really good hatching brushes too, that add some cool character. Another cool one. Let me just pop it out. Um, there's like a you can get some that are like rakes like this, and like these have some really good texture on them. These are more stuff like that I use towards like the end to kind of just build some texture in there. But yeah, you can kind of get some really cool stuff with these two. But yeah, I do like to use some good matching ones. Some people can make some really good like hair out of these too. But yeah, but I could like to just come through with the regular pen to and lay the initial hatching in. And if I was gonna take this, if I was gonna like actually take this further and do this probably the correct way, um, probably would smooth it all out before I got to this point, and then um like get all the initial shading in, kind of like what I was doing with the wash, but a little bit more intentionally, and then at the very end come in with the hatching a little bit more, um, just to kind of keep that defined. Let's see this, but I also like to do wrapping lines too to make sure that you can kind of we can kind of feel the direction that things are going. Orientation that really helps when you're drawing stuff in 3D, just to get that orientation in there, really defined. Okay, and then through here, grab that, and then you take the eraser and kind of bring some of that back up in there. Cool. Something like that. Cool, and then let's do maybe just a little bit more of value in here to keep that, kind of contain that in that Cool. Okay. I like that. I like how that turned out. Maybe bring some of the highlights back on the top. So eraser, and then just so bring out those highlights a little bit, especially on this area right here, because this one is right next to a dark area. So bring this in a little bit, and then right here, this is a light area, so we can bring in the cavity that's underneath there. Cool. And then bring that around. I think maybe some of that stitching in there, like that. Loose. Ooh, what's your favorite? I think it's relevant. What are your favorite artists or the ones you take the most inspiration from? I actually have a good example of this. Um, cool. Actually, I like how this one turned out a lot. I'm actually probably gonna call it there on this one before I overwork it. But cool. I think that looks okay. Maybe ever so slightly just. All right. Cool. We'll call it on that one right there. We'll say this is, what was this, 11? Nice. I like that one as a finish off. Okay, cool. Let me see. I have a good example for um the artists that I like. Some of the ones that I think are really cool. Let me see. Let me find my style references. Is that it? Ugh. Style references. Yeah, cool. This is might be super small on here, but I have a whole document that I made um with my of some of my favorite artists because I always have to reference them for or not reference them, but I like to keep a track of who I'm referencing or who I want to like when I want to go back to them because sometimes I'm bad with like usernames or just different things when you're trying to find them again. And so I started keeping a log of some of my some of the ones I like. This artist, pretty famous one. He does a lot of the Dishonored stuff, so I have a lot of his work in here. This is Cedric Perevne, Cedric Peyraverne. Yeah, that's yeah. Thanks. Yeah, this is a pretty big reference board. But yeah, I would never say his name right. But yeah, I always love his work for Dishonored. Um, like there's also this really obscure one, but I started making characters. I started referencing his work a lot, and then there's a game that for it was like an alien game that felt very similar to his too. But when I was playing the game, I really liked that style too, that kind of more painterly style, but still feeling 3D. So I started making characters in kind of referencing this style when I was doing things. Let me see, yeah, but I have a lot of different artists. So I have like 2D artists in here. Um, these are like different 2D artists on Instagram, but I have like the artist on here, and then I'll take their username on Instagram and things like that, so I can link back to it if I need to. Want to look at their stuff some more, reference it again. So I like her style a lot for the way she like has like hard surface on her drawings. So she's got some really great work. When I was learning 3D or 2D, I was looking at a lot of her stuff. This guy, I do like his stuff a lot too. I've been trying to get more stylized like his, but he does. I think he does a really good job at giving like a kind of stylized style, but still feeling like textured and gritty too. So I like his style. I like the way he does his eyes a lot too. I've been referencing him a lot lately, but yeah, I really like his style. His really painterly style. This is another artist that like another 2D artist I like. His stuff is very it's very stuff that he does is very like grounded in like real life stuff pieces and very like he'll do random like things like a toilet, things like that, but it feels very authentic and just kind of has like a cool I don't know, like human element to it, and then his rendering style is just really cool. um Also very textured, so I like his stuff a lot. um there's Sam Does Arts, which if you do any art, then you've probably seen his stuff. He's a pretty big artist right now. He's got a very stylized style too, but also keeps his stuff very loose and textured at the same time. So yeah, he's a pretty big artist right now. He's a lot of cool stuff. So like him a lot for 2D art. You see, there's a lot of different ones. Um, this guy's also got some really cool stuff. I've been seeing a lot of his stuff lately. Really good, more inky uh things. So less rendered out, like everything's just kind of inky. Yeah, Sam. Yeah, I was like, I think everybody knows Sam. Um, let me see, make sure these are bad. But yeah, this is a 3D artist that I follow. Does a lot of anatomy stuff. Yeah, does Sam's arts has a really cool style. It's a very textured style, but still being very stylized. I like his stuff a lot. This is an artist, 3D artist. One of the first ones that like started studying and did like tutorials and stuff from when I was learning how to do 3D. But this is the creator from creators from God of War, and actually recently went to a convention and met him. Bought a sculpt from him too. Super nice. But it was cool to meet him in person after studying his stuff for so long. But he's got some really good anatomy and 3D concepts that I learned a lot from when I was younger and first starting 3D. But I really like his stuff. Let's see, who's another good one? That's some old school ones like Leyendecker. Um, just I think he was like 20s, 30s, something like that. But he did a really good style, especially when it came to like cloth, fabric and things like that. Really like hard surface, almost feels like it's like chiseled. But I really like his stuff. And he's an old school, really like classic artist that most artists are referencing, but he has a really cool style. Yeah, God of War is a such a nice looking game. It was I remember when I played it for the first one or the third one, the fourth one for the first time. I was really blown away by a lot of it, and it was when I was starting to do like 3D stuff. So going, oh, I also like this artist a lot. A lot of his stuff. Follow him on Instagram too, but he's got a lot of really uh cool style that I think he did some work for the Doom games, so he has a lot of that kind of like influence in his work. But he pops out like a new drawing like every day, but really cool for like from a design standpoint. And stream froze. My bad. I'll have to fix that. Have to fix some of the technical issues. Let's see, dropping frames. Maybe it's back. Okay, cool. Yeah, I have to keep fixing some of the technical issues. I need to route some of my internet directly into my computer. Um, but yeah, no, this is one that I keep. I just kind of keep it going, and I need to add some more. It's been a little while since I've added anything to this, but this is one of the ones I keep going. Um, just to reference and add people's because I it's easy to forget artists when you're not when you're not actively like looking at their stuff trying to find them again. So this is supposed to remedy that. But yeah, cool. But yeah, like but yeah, it's probably where I'll end tonight's session. It's like your personal art gallery. Yeah, honestly, yeah, I do. It really is. And we have a bunch. I have a bunch of references that I pull stuff from all there. Yeah. Like I have a few that are big like that. Not all artists. Some of them are just like stuff like I'm doing hard surface or I'm doing like uh really like a bunch of clothing and things like that. I will I have boards that I just collect a bunch of stuff like off Pinterest and things like that. But yeah, it's it's definitely something I try to build up more references as I go through. Cool, but yeah, so I think this will end tonight's session. Had a decent amount of hands. I feel like got better as time went on. A good practice, good test of the stream from the first for like a first real stream from the uh, coming from the test stream we did before. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for subscribing too. I'll try to make sure I can fix Twitch uh and clean things up on some of the elements that for like the UI and stuff like that too. There's a few technical things I need to fix up, but yeah, yeah. If you follow on Twitch too, I might get that fixed up. So depending on whichever one you want, to YouTube or Twitch works better. Almost done with the goal. Yeah, almost done. Just what 11% there. But maybe we'll continue this one. Maybe this will be ongoing for a little bit. Um, yeah. If you ever get Discord, we have a Discord server that I'm trying to build up to for people to post their stuff and their work and things like that. So if you ever get one, yeah, definitely join. I want to build that up so we can keep the community going. I've also got Instagram and all that somewhere on my stuff too. If you have that, where I post some stuff. That's where some of my nicer stuff is. The stuff on the stream is probably gonna be a little bit messier. But yeah. Again, thank you for coming. Thank you for anybody else that came. I think probably dropped off by now, but yeah. Hopefully we can keep this going and keep the quality improving on the stuff that we're doing. But yeah, thanks everybody. Signing off here.